Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Sinner made a bang.
Purchase your tracks today.
Sinner made a bang.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. Hey, shalom, family. It's your brother Manuel. Appreciate y'all being here with me today. I was gonna do a class on Deuteronomy 28:68. But I'm dealing with the new computer, and at the same time, I'm extracting my old files from the other computer that broke down this past weekend. So I guess maybe, man, it just meant to be this way, because of the class I had done yesterday, and it was an old class that I had actually touched on with this particular same subject. Hey, saludos, bendiciones a todos. Shalom, familia, True 619, Lishiva, and Estudiante for Wisdom. Morning, by the way, too. I think, yeah, it's still morning or wherever you guys are. It's 6:30 here on my time. Okay. Anyhow, so in a way, I'm like, you know what? Maybe this is meant to be, because I had brought out a book yesterday regarding the Ireland and Britain names and plates and plaques and all of this stuff, and I'm like, you know what? That is exactly the same thing that I was talking about. Okay. So I want to show y'all this real quick. And then, but I'm going to show you something real right now prior to, because look, as we're being told and educated with all these so-called histories that at one point we believed, we keep forgetting one thing, our gente is really telling us what they've been through. And our people have suffered tremendously, man. When you see a grown man cry, and you know something's not right. You know something is not right. Okay? Watch this real quick, fellas. Let me and sisters. Um, I find this very striking. And the reason why it's because he seems, you wouldn't think that somebody at that age would feel this way. But I'm telling you one thing about destruction, one thing about slavery, one thing about, you know, the hardship of our families, right? I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna read this real quick. Lamentations, all right, chapter 5, verse 12, and it reads: Princes are hanged up by their hands. The faces of the elders were not honored. And this video pains me. So it's not necessarily, it's the topic, but then it's not. Why? Because this is really what's going on with our gente. And I'm gonna show you a video about what's going on with them, and they're claiming all these sorts of things. All I'm doing, brothers and sisters, is for you to search your own spirit, confirm what I'm trying to teach y'all, man. Don't only go by what I say. You guys have to confirm it. Okay? That's a very normal, logical thing to do. All right? Because nobody has 100% truth. Everything right now is in part. Even Paul says it. All right? So whoever says that is a liar and they don't hold the truth. All right? So let me be quiet. Check this out, man. This is painful. It's an elder of us, and you'll see how an elder was disrespected, and he's still reminded at an older man how much of a child he is. Watch.
My name is Andrew Windy Boy. I'm a Chippewa Cree. I did 2 boarding schools, one in Wapton Indian School in Wapton, North Dakota, and the other one is Flandreau Indian School in Flandreau, South Dakota. To early 70s, took me to the boarding school where I wasn't allowed to talk my native tongue or practice my native ways. Numerous times they put on this big huge white cone, put on there, says dunce. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know English. They put it on me, make me wear it all over. Kids would laugh at me. They took me away from all of that and punished me for talking that. It was my first language. I didn't know any other language. So whenever I talk, it came out. Cree would come out, and whenever I talk, I get hit. I got hit so much I lost my tongue. I lost my native tongue. The only thing I remember was my Indian name. Because Senukiyu means old man eagle. That's the only Cree I knew. They beat me every day. They beat me. They cut off my hair.
Let me read something to you guys. This is exactly what's going on right here. when they talk about the curse is not applying to the so-called native Indians, you so-called Hispanics of the indigenous Americas or indigenous to the Americas, that's when you realize, man, ain't no one can take this Bible from you anymore. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. Watch this. Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee. We know that they did. In hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in want of all things, even in your own history. He misses who he is. And he should put, and he or they shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Unfortunately, our elder brother right here, man, is so painful. He's destroyed. He's 60 something years old. And you see how he reflects on his childhood, man. A grown man is a child once more. This is why we need a restoration of a spirit.
Made me kneel in front of the door where everybody come in. Everybody make fun of me when they come by me, rub my head and laugh at me because I was talking. They caught me talking. I hope someday somebody will hear me. I hope nobody has to go through this. We have to have our own language.
Listen to what he says. This is prophetic, and I'm going to bring out the scriptures that he's referencing without even knowing he's referencing the scriptures. Watch. I'm telling you, man, you are the real Hebrews of the Bible.
Because what we language, we have to have our own language. Because what we do when we talk to our spirits, they don't understand English. They look at you, you'll be talking in English. What are you saying?
You see, brothers, watch this real quick. Zephaniah 3:9. That's why it's important what this prophecy is going to actually do. Okay? Because a lot of us do feel this way. Right? Zephaniah 3:9, and it reads, For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. A pure language, the language of our spirit. Proverbs 1:23. Watch what it reads. It says, Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my word unto you. That's why he's like, I don't understand what you're saying, because we don't have the Bible. So the Most High can't talk to us. Ezekiel 11:5. I'm going fast because I don't want to forget the point of the video. And the Spirit of the Lord fell upon me and said unto me, Speak, thus saith the Lord, thus have ye said, O house of Israel, for I know the things that come into your mind, every one of them. But it says, and said unto me, Speak. Who? The Spirit of the Lord. This brother's not far off of what he's saying, man. He's not far off what he's saying. Corinthians 3:16, watch what it reads. Ye know not that know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? But if you don't know the language, if you don't have the Bible, guess what? He's 100% correct. If you don't have that, it doesn't hear you. If you don't have the scriptures, the Most High can't hear you.
We have to have our own language. Because what we do when we talk to our spirits, They don't understand English. They look at you, you be talking the English. What are you saying? Tanse tueng. Tanse magay tueng. Nobody's saying that. Cree. Like now you didn't know what I just said. That was a hard time in my life. I'll always remember it. For that white man, it's a terrible shame for him to be treating people like this. Because we are the people. We just need to be accepted.
This is why, brethren, I say the work is within us. The work is us, us, us. 2 hours later, this MF still crying. Oh, that's right. You're one of those guys. All right. So let him be, guys. Let him be. It just listen. The spirit bear witness was our spirit if you are the children of God. All right. So anyhow, in this particular case, man, you see how the destruction of the mind, it's technically of the spirit. This man is really broken. And how many of us weren't this broken and acted on that broken mind? Now, this man didn't react like some of us do, who became gangsters and cartels and ended up in jail. Ain't nothing to laugh about. When you see a man suffer, you don't know if he got raped. You don't know if he got, you know, buck broke. Do you know what that's like, Morning Star Sabbath? You ever been to jail? Have you ever seen a man get raped? As I have. Do you know what that's like? Don't laugh at people's experience, man. You have no clue what people go through. This is an elder. And if you don't understand that, you can skedaddle out of this channel, man. This ain't a channel for entertainment. This is truth and this is actual education. So you either agree with me or you don't agree with me, bro. You either keep the Sabbath or you don't. Says in the 70s. Yeah, well, anyhow. So let me continue with the class, man, because this is a heavy point. Now, this isn't the technically the class. So if this guy who's here is one of those 12 chart tribe trippers, then guess what, man? You're in the right place and you came at the right time because this class is for you. Let me see if I can get this. All right, okay, so then you don't have it there. Fine. I'll come it over here. Okay, these stories. All right. Remember, this is from I had done this a while back, but again, the file that I was working on was corrupt. So I had to switch gears, and quite frankly, this came on board, and I'm like, you know what? This touches on exactly what we were talking about. Look, guys, it's gonna be a long class, man. So y'all just get your popcorn or whatever. I'm sorry to say it, but we're gonna go thoroughly on this. All right. I'm gonna bring up that whole book again because I had forgotten about the fact that this class was even with me because I thought I had lost it. I go through the plaques, the plates, and show exactly every single image that these One West doctriners teaching, claiming that there are people. We're gonna show you guys that that's not true. All right. So you, Mr. Sabbath, if you're with us, great, man. If you're here for peace, all praises. If you're here for war, stick around. Make sure y'all take some notes, man, because it's gonna get heavy today. Okay. Here we go.
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Follow me.
Hey, and family, remember this is back in September, okay? So I was recent in regards to what I had found and all of that information. So I'm a little, I don't want to say agitated, man. Y'all can you can hear my tone that I'm a little bit on the edge on that one, okay? So just hang in there with me. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like it just time has gone by now, and it's the way that the class has gone about and I progressed. So just bear with me, hang in there. You'll see, you decide, me honestly. But pay it again. I may be rude in speech, but I am not rude in knowledge. All right, let's continue. Let's go.
Okay. So now I want to say this to you, brothers, man. Certain things, I know this may sound like looking corny, right? Way to start class, but certain things have always stuck out to me, man. Movies, stories, signs, whatever it may be, right? So for some reason, man, I catch the little things in particular movies, not all of them, right? And today will pretty much be an example of what I'm talking about, right? So anyhow, let me read this to you guys real quick because obviously it's gonna correlate to the class is part of it. This is from John Hendrik Clark. It says, "To control a people, you must first control what they think about themselves and how they regard their history and culture. And when your conqueror makes you ashamed of your culture and your history, he needs no prison walls and no chains to hold you." Again, it's a quote from John Hendrik Clark. Okay, that's an extremely important statement from this gentleman.
As you can see, it is connecting with the initial video. Okay, so like I said, it's directly and indirectly. All right. So you take somebody's mind, spirit, mold it into whatever you want them to believe. That's exactly what's going on right now. We've been molded into believing that the so-called white Jesus was the actual savior for our gente. Now we're being told something else as well, and then it comes with an image. So I am stressing the simple fact that we need to be very mindful of the imagery, of the teaching, because it's getting very, very heavy. You can see it. Let me tell you something that I was meditating on last night. All of a sudden, brothers and sisters, because I've been noticing, and some brothers, I've been noticing the so-called Northern Kingdom starting to kind of start to, find threading, like, hitting the ground running. Now we're like starting to walk and push. And all of a sudden, man, boom, this comes about. And then everything about the so-called Hispanics just dwindles away. We need to be mindful that we're dealing with principalities, powers that are above our spiritual understanding. So the only thing that we can do is guard our mind with the scriptures and be in the book consistently. Listen, the Most High has put it in my spirit to do a class or two a day. And it's probably because Us brothers and sisters, the so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, we need this food consistently now. That's why I'm doing it. And I'll praise it to the Most High if he wants to use me as an instrument. Let's go.
And it goes in hand with my class. The class is called The Caucasity of the Black Race. Yeah, I said it. The Caucasity of the Black Race. And y'all gonna know exactly what I mean after today's class, okay? Because truth is never easy. It's never easy to digest, nor is it. How can I say this, man? I know that we all want salvation, right? We all want salvation. I don't care what nationality or you are. We all want salvation. We all want to get a chance to make it. We all do. I get it. But today, this is class time now. Okay? So I need all you guys to put your emotions, and you girl and you sisters too, or so-called, to put your emotions to the side and please use common sense in order to understand what I'm about to do. Okay? I'm gonna go through some diligent dissection of historical information, actual factual data, in order to it to make sense, while at the same time bringing out some scriptures. Okay? So Lord willing, this is an edifying class for all you real Israelites. Okay? And again, the caucasity of the black Negro race, however you want to take it. All right? If it's offensive, oh well. Caucasity, I guess I found out what it means. It's a slang term used to make fun of behaviors perceived to be stereotypically white, or to call out what seems to be particularly bold instance of white privilege or racism. How funny. So without further delay, let's begin, right? Here we go. Let's go first of all to this one real quick. John chapter 7, verse 38. Beautiful verse. Watch what it reads. It says, John chapter 7, verse 38. He that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, believeth on me, as the scriptures have said. You keep that in mind when it's written or read, right? Out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. You know what that living water is? Truth. That's living water. Okay? Now, why am I bringing this up? Okay? I'm bringing this up because, let me see if this is it. I'll start off with this. Since I came into the truth, or even in history, in schools, this is what the so-called white man taught us, right? Facts about the slave trade and slavery. By the way, I'm going to go pretty fast because I want to squeeze to all of this information in 2 hours, okay? So I'm not going to necessarily read everything. I'm just going to point stuff out. And I'm not going to call anything. Y'all need to take notes. All the material, I have it. If you guys really want me to give it to you, just reach out. I will give it to you. Anyhow, over the period of Atlantic slave trade, from approximately 1526 to 1867, some 12 million captured men, women, and children were put on ships in Africa, okay? We know the story. This isn't nothing new. We know the story, right? We know the story. It's nothing new. I'm going to read this to you guys, right? It says, and I'm sure that you guys are going to, as soon as I read this, it's going to only relate to a particular type of person. I'm telling you right now because we're conditioned to think this way. They came as slaves, vast human cargo to transport it to all British ships bound for Americas. They were shipped by hundreds of thousands and included men, women, and even the youngest children. Whenever they rebelled or even disobeyed an order, they were punished in the harshest way. Slave owners would hang their human property by their hands and set their hands on feet on fire as one form of punishment. They would burn alive. They were burned alive and had their heads placed on spikes in the marketplace as a warning to all other captives. Now remember this statement, okay? Remember what this says. They were burned alive and had their heads placed on spikes. All right. So if it comes to mind, you think of the so-called white man, because that's what we've been taught, right? This is what we've been taught. Black people in late 18th century, blah, 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 right? First ships, watch this. In October 1796, ships from a Caribbean carrying over 2,000 blacks and mixed-race prisoners of war docked at Portsmouth Harbor, okay? Soon almost all of them were imprisoned, supposedly, All right, I mean that. I mean that. Okay, y'all gonna find out why. It says servants and slaves, independent slaves. It says here Ignacio, one of the few black people in Britain in the late 18th century who lived independent lives. Born on a slave ship, he became a composer and literary celebrity, I guess. It says here, one of the few black people in Britain. Okay, remember that. But you know what? This has been taught. This is what we've been taught. You know, so far, this is nothing new, right? Carried off from Africa, right? People were distributed everywhere. Obviously, when you think of slavery, our ships, let's be frank, man. You don't think of Hispanics, so-called. That's not what the media says. That's not the propaganda. And I mean, again, you know what? I think, and I'm going to say this, man. Society has conditioned us to think a certain way. So let me continue. All right, let me do this. I'm going to show you guys something. All right, we were taught this too. We were taught that there were certain men that fought for the rights of people of color. You know, that's what we were taught. Okay, that's exactly what we were taught. Give me a second. I'm gonna bring out a picture here real quick. Remember this picture? We were taught this, right? Extract from the constructed Constitution of America. They said that these men were at one point slaves, right? The distinguished members of the convention. This is what they told us. Every single one of these guys was a slave at one point. Look at that guy. All right? Every single one of you. That's what we were told. We were also told this. All right? Ain't this true? That's the chart, right? We were told this.
Hey fam, just to confirm, I'm not lying because that's what. Oh, let me block this person. I don't know why they. Anyhow, yeah, I'm not lying. This is what basically, they've been doing, right? What's it say? Tawada, you are straight up. You should be doing videos, Pinchy way. Oh, that's funny. Well, estudiante, man, if you are able to, brother, man, do the videos, bro. Ain't nobody, you know what I mean? Like that's what we're here for, brother. Um, if you've never done them, man, reach out to me, bro. I could kind of, give you some tips and pointers because I got a system that helps me. I didn't take this lightly, brother. The Most High called upon me. I know my mission. I saved a little bit of money, man, and I put it together. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way I move. You know what I mean? So anyhow, um, everything that I've been saying is legitimate. We've been taught all these things in school and in the quote unquote truth. Okay, let's continue.
And again, let me go ahead and do this. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles and make zero claim that it belongs to Bible Chronicles, okay? This is only for educational purposes. But I'm just going to share you with y'all. This is what I learned. I'm not, this is what I learned. Watch. Let me move this real quick.
Septimius Severus ruled. Black people began to rule the Roman Empire. That's why from 193 AD time period. Then 1453.
Pay attention, okay? Pay attention to what he's saying.
The fall of Constantinople by Ottoman Turks. That's when the Europeans began to go up. That's when the Europeans began to come back in power, the Caucasians, because what? They dwelt in an area called the Caucasus Mountains. So remember this. Rome, 193 AD, they come back in power in 1453.
Let me fast forward some pieces, right?
These books, 10 minutes. Okay. We're gonna go to the book called the Icon, page 126. Add the right with 6. That's all right. Right here, you're gonna see dark images of
what I learned.
And that's what I'm gonna show you in all these books. I'm gonna go to page this. I'm gonna keep it dark, but notice around him they painted in what? A lighter image. You see it? this book right here, because a lot of times, Charlotte in history, we always learn when we see people like Septimius Severus, Charlemagne, the Anglo-Saxons, we always see them as these were great famous Caucasian men, when these were really black men that ruled. Rome, the Byzantine
Remember that.
Empire was ruled by black men. Kind of class.
Listen, there's a scripture, and I'm not going to bring it out for the sake of time. There's a scripture that says that every single word will be written. And every single word can damn you, right? When you start misleading the people.
Why? Oh, he was hired.
Oh, by the way, a brother of mine, all praises beloved Jose, he's going to provide me with some documentation proving that they were not actually painting it white. They were painting it back to brown, I guess.
These images. When I went
But let's continue.
to Rome and the Vatican, and I saw the Sixtine Chapel. Oh, he was hired to paint biblical characters. The Vatican.
Hey, I want to point something out. Does this guy look any different than this guy other than skin tone? Just saying, because apparently they're kind of like expressing the same thing. Look at their fingers, right? Anyways, keep going.
Yeah, and let me just touch on that real quick. So what the brother was saying to me was that this guy wasn't actually painting the picture white. They were touching up and making it dark skin again. And that's the book that he was referencing. So he's been busy. I haven't been able to speak to him about it, but I definitely, once I get a hold of it, I'm going to bring it up to you guys' attention. Because if they've been teaching this, that the guy was painting him in white, and it's not true, bro, we need to really bring this out.
Here's another part.
Our forefathers.
Right?
They painted them as that image.
He called them our forefathers, okay? Keep that in mind.
Of color. So now, what color?
Here's another part. And forgive me, brothers, if I'm doing this. I just want to squeeze as much as I can in these 2 hours. That's my limit.
Black Rome icon. When you're walking through, you see.
You get the point. You get the point. Okay, here goes.
King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII. If you type it on Wikipedia, you're gonna see a Caucasian man. That's what you're gonna say, Caucasian man. This is Henry VIII. He's a black.
Remember those faces. We're gonna come back to those faces. Okay. It says Blackamoor, agent of what? Between 3 Blackamoors head race.
I'm gonna verify every single one of those faces and showing y'all that they're all Phoenicians. Okay. All right.
Sable, those. Now they said that these Blackamoor or these Moors were Israelites. Okay. Remember that. They said that they were Israelites. That they are those are our people. That they conquered Europe. They haven't used the scripture to prove it, but
Black man. Famous king. Black man. But you see them as Caucasian men. Guess who this is in the middle? Queen Elizabeth I. She's a black woman. This is Queen Elizabeth I. What happened? 1453. Whitewash all in the.
And I'm glad you said that because we're going to prove that.
That's what happened.
Or what that means.
They whitewashed history. So pass that around.
By the way, a lot of these so-called educated men went to college.
Pass that around.
I didn't even finish high school.
So,
but all praise to the Most High, man. I have an excellent career.
Now,
Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem Chakwadash. Double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone. Salutations to the hopeful elect, pushing this word in truth and in sincerity. To the Israelite foreigners scattered throughout the 4
Listen to that.
corners of the earth who may look like the heathen nations.
Who may look like the heathen nation, okay?
And to the very few sisters that listen and learn to you, Shalom.
Boom.
2 quick scriptures.
See? That's what they taught. Right? That's what they taught. And then what else? Let's see. Just confirm. I think this is pretty much the same topic. Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, they ruled Europe. Yeah, we know that. Okay. We were taught that. But if you don't know any better, obviously you're gonna believe it, right? Like I said, man, I wasn't into school. I didn't have any history knowledge or anything like that. Once I came into the truth, all of that changed. All because of the Most High. Okay. Anyhow, Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 29. Let's read that. It says, "The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law." Now, keep in mind, by the way, I just want to see this. I'm used to reading King James, but I can read other versions. But for the sake of, because I'm used to it, I'm reading it. Okay. You guys are more than welcome to read any translation as long as it actually translates the proper wording. I would always suggest to have a few. I'll tell you right off topic. You got the King James Bible. I got, oh, great. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me just continue, man. I don't want to waste time. So anyhow, again, Deuteronomy 29, 29. Let's keep going, okay? All right, that's right. Let me show you guys this real quick. And it was kind of weird to me, right? Because I honestly didn't know that it was in there. I got this app called Webster's Dictionary, right, from 1828. I think it cost me like $5 forever. And it was I've never bothered looking up this word, but during this class, the spirit, the Most High put it upon me, put the spirit upon me to do it. Watch what it says. Swati. All right, it says being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. So you would think, like, well, Caribbean islands, you know what I mean, South America, whatever. No, it says the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. What? You mean to tell me that, like they said, well, I guess, yeah, they're confirming that there were black folks up in Europe. All right, that's what they said. Okay, so let's find out who these people are. I got this book called The War of the Old. You guys can look it up, okay? I want to point this out first of all. Here you read Danes, okay? So like the Danes is basically people that are in the Danish area. Look, then the foreigners of Alclad or Dublin, which is an island, right? And the men of Connaught attacked each other with considerable loss on both sides. Of the Connaught men, 100 only escaped. Of the Danes of Dublin, but 20. The Danes were pursued to Dugball Bridge in Dublin. All right. The last one side was Dane was there with the slain. All right. So let me see if I can find the one I'm looking for. No, that's not it. Give me a second. Look at this. Right here in the bottom, it says the Norwegians or white Gentiles are victorious, and the Danes abandoned their ships. The Danish general Horn. Now I wonder what they call these guys, right? White. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. So what am I looking for? Actually, you know what? Let's try this word. Watch. Look at this. All right. So it says here, fair Gentiles and black Gentiles, the former being apparently under the comment of Berith. It says here, the MSL adds that Berith was lame even after from this wound, and that the black Gentiles after this, meaning apparently in consequence. Okay, watch what it says here. A battle of the Picts with the black foreigners. Okay, remember that. It says here, let me magnify this real quick. See the foreigners, great slaughter. Okay, watch this. They are elsewhere distinguished with white or fair hair and black. Okay, so it's distinguishing these people. Look, watch this. The two nations are presented as hostile to each other. Other in battles between them not frequently took place, but it is to be regretted that our author does not always very clearly distinguish between them in his description of their devastation in Ireland. Okay, we cannot even be sure that the name Dane is not sometimes given to the Norwegians. Okay, so watch this. It says dark. Thus, the Danes are called black Gentile Danars. All right. So far, we're proving that IUIC and GMS and all these aboriginals are correct. So far, right? Okay. Let's continue. I think I've proven that point. Matter of fact, I'll do it more. Let me show you a little bit more because I don't want people to think, oh, yeah, he's running for proof. Nah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Watch. Black Gentiles and Nard. This calls the black pagans. Black pagans. Oh, the black pagans first came to island of Britain from Denmark and made grave ravage in England. Here, let me magnify. This isn't important here. I read that earlier. It says here. It says, and made great ravages in England. Afterwards, they entered Glamorgan and they killed and burnt much. But at last, the Qumri conquered them, driving them into the sea. So you see them fighting back. Let's see, the party of the black pagans, they call them, right? All right, let's continue. How to proceed. Gentile Danes are considered what? Black. See that? With the Fingals or white Gentiles. Fingals, maybe like Finland. Look at that. Fair Gentiles, black Gentiles, blah, blah, blah. Black Gentiles are Dane. Look at this. White Gentiles who had established themselves in Ireland before the coming of the black Gentiles or Danes. Let me read it up a little bit. It says they are in fact the exploit of earlier party of the clan Ivar, who had settled in Dublin and were in alliance with Siarbhal, son of Dougal, chieftain of Ossory and king of Dublin. To make this clear, it will be necessary to call to mind some particulars of the history of the Danes of Dublin. So Danes of Ireland. So now we're seeing that these Danes were black in Ireland. Confirmed. White Gentiles who had established themselves in Ireland before the coming of the black Gentiles, right? So yes, these guys took over. There it goes again. Look, the year 892. Okay, but it is remarkable that the Annals of Ulster at this year 892 and 803, which is the fourth year after 888, mentions a victory by the Saxons over the black Gentiles. Okay, so the Saxons are fighting back. Or the black. You see that word dub? That word dub means black to them. Black. I think we get the point. Okay. Let's continue. Let's see what we got. Oh, watch this real quick. I almost forgot about this. Hold on. I'm glad I wrote it down. Let me show you something real quick. Okay. Page 57. Watch what it reads. Okay. This is from Riddles of Prehistoric Times. It reads here. The Iberians in ancient times inhabited the western and southern part of Europe, the northern part of Africa. In fact, all parts reach from Mediterranean Sea. Okay, you see that here. All right, so now it says here, the Basque in Spain and France, the little dark Welshmen, the Scots and black Celts. Remember that, black Celts, the Celtics. Okay, like the game, like the team, right? Those guys were black to the west of the Shannon rivers in Ireland. Okay, as well as the same king of men, as well as the same kind of men in Britain and Aquitaine in France. All right, and Berbers of Africa are probably the remnant of the race. Okay, so again, that's from Riddles of Prehistoric Times. Here's another one. Again, I'm going fast because I want to squeeze all this information in. I'm trying to prove a point, brothers. Let's go to page 125, and it reads. That's the complexion part. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Watch this. New phase of the matter. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, here it goes. Then in 1865 came the monumental work of Davis and Thurman and Crania Britannica, which added proof that a large part of the Celtic-speaking population of the British Isles, particularly the Welsh, were equally short of dark complexion. Okay. You see that's an example of what the future social complexions of Europe is largely dependent upon. Let's see. It would be interesting at times to follow out the intellectual difference between these three races, which we have described. Okay. Let me continue. I can read this book later. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of information in this. Let's see. On the calcareous plains, the people were taller, of light complexion, with blue or grayish blue eyes. So you brothers that look like that, y'all better check your DNA. With blue or grayish blue eyes, dark complexion or light complexion, right? And having fine teeth. The upland areas of the granitic formation, the people were stunt, meaning short, dark in complexion, with very poor teeth. All right. So you guys are just, because you're basically saying you're correct. I'm not denying what you're saying right now. So far, you guys are correct. Oh shoot! I almost forgot. What am I doing? Hold on. Sorry, man. All right, let me go to page 64. Okay. Page 64. Hold on. Okay, here it goes. page 64, and I am looking for. Let me magnify this. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Watch this real quick. Let me see if I can look for it. Okay, I think, let me see. Secondly, some observers right here. Second, some observers like Bideau rely primarily upon the color of the hair. Other places greater reliance upon the tint of the iris, as the case of the anthropologic committee. It is indeed certain that bruteness is not equally persistent in the two. Dark traits seem to reappear with greater consistency in the hair, while the remote blonde cross more often leaves these traces in the eyes. Okay, so this is just giving you characteristics of what these people look like. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to page 176 now. What's this? 176. There it goes. See? Bones strongly developed, the complexion very brown, the hair very dark. Okay, again, we're just solidifying what you guys are saying. So far, you are correct. Let's go to page 23. This is the family names. You guys can see that name right there. Okay, page 23. Give me a second. This is just to prove the names, what they mean. Okay. They have dictionaries just like us. Watch this. Deaver, originally Dueber, from Daba, black, a man. A dark complected man. Dublin, right? Ireland, black. Look, black. Black. Chairman, black, a black person. All right. Just wanted to show you guys that. Watch this real quick.
So, brothers, also that confirms too one thing. What we were told is that a lot of the slave names were given, right? Now we know on our end that we were given those last names, but as I keep finding, those last names were not necessarily given to them. A lot of them in slavery, they already had those last names. That's why I'm going back far, because there's no point of me mentioning things and then I sound emotional and no proof. That it doesn't work. I went back to show y'all that they've been in Europe and that they were establishing themselves, and all these names like Europa isn't even a white created name. It's from Africa. It's an African goddess. So this is why I'm going back further, because apparently these guys stopped at the Russian icons. I don't know why. They should have gone further. They probably would have known, if they're really trying to teach the truth, they would have known not to bring this up as if they were really our people. Because these people that they're claiming, they're not.
That's what it says here. According to the this is from the history of Ireland. Okay, according to the most trustworthy of English records, it was in the year 787 that most formidable pirates of the north of Europe, known by the general name of Danes, black people, made for the first time their appearance upon the coastals of Britain. Black people were living in Britain. These expeditions were consisted but of 3 ships. How familiar? 3 ships, huh? Had been most probably sent as certain to localities and resources of this region to see how far they held forth temptation to the invaders and the spoilers. Yeah, this sounds so ironic. It would appear that report made by this party. Right. Anyways, that's all I'm really wanting to show you guys. You guys can read that book later on.
Hey, pay attention to that, okay? Watch what it says. According to the most trustworthy of English records, it was in the year 787 that those formidable pirates of the North Europe, meaning the Phoenicians, known by the general name of Danes because they were black, made for the first time their appearance upon the coast of Britain. This expedition, which consisted of 3 ships, didn't 3 ships show up here first? Had been mostly probably sent as certain the localities and resources of 3 regions. It sounds really familiar, right? North America, the islands, and then South America. And to see how far they held for temptations to the invaders and the spoilers. The invaders and the spoilers. Very similar to the Americas. Just saying.
Let's see, page 53. Let me look for it. I'll put it down. I don't know why. It's got to be a reason. Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad. I usually know these things, like where I put this thing. But today, there's a lot. And again, you guys can always pause. This is recorded, right? So, yeah, no need for me to speed up. We're going to go to page 53. Watch what it reads, okay? And it says the most probable. Let's see where you're at. What's 53? Oh, 52. 53. Where are you at? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Whoa. That's crazy. Let's see if I can find it here. Wow, that's a trip. I had it already set. Dang, that's not the page. Give me a second, guys. Because look, it's losing 54, right? 55. And that's at 52. 50. Oh no, that's 53. Black people. Okay? So-called black men. Anyhow, let me continue. Also, these names, this dictionary is called family names from the Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Scottish, Nordish. Don't think of white people when you read this. This is not white people. These are all mostly, if not all, black people. Okay? So-called black man. This is him. The Irish, the Anglo, the Norwegians, the Scottish. You can see the names: Deaver, Devlin. You could just throw it in there. It's basically, y'all can check it out. Deaver, Devlin, Dugal, Dub, Dunbar. It all means black. It all means black, okay? All right. I also found this. Watch right here. It's a history of Ireland. Watch what it actually says again. But I find it very interesting. Watch this. It says, page 18. The religion of the Celts brought with them to this island was the same. We may take for granted with that which their kindred tribes introduced into Spain, Britain, and Gaul, that corruption of the primitive methods of adoration into which the Canaanites early lapsed by converting into idols the rude stones and pillars set up by their fathers, but as sacred memorials, and transferring to emanate symbols of the deity, the veneration due only to himself. I can continue reading this. This is a heavy book when you actually see what he's talking about, right? Watch this real quick. So these guys, I guess they were also considered the Druids. You know what I'm saying? Right? And y'all have heard about them. Let's see. The name of Langbert or Bloody Hand, affixed by the tradition of the Druids.
So we see that it wasn't the so-called white man that had that tradition of Halloween. It was the so-called, well, not the so-called. It was the Phoenicians, the Canaanites. Yes, the African Europeans. They brought the Druid, the Halloween, the whole concept, those rocks over there in Ireland and big ones, that was them. That's what the page that was reading about. That was them.
Who has lived enchanted, it is sought for ages. For ages, man. The Druids, right? The Druids are where? Who are the Druids? Remember, keep that in mind. The so-called black man, right? The so-called black men of Europe. They're Druids. If you're gonna claim that this is who you are, you got to take both. You can't just you can't pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? That's not possible. You cannot pick and choose. Let me show you something real quick. Let me erase this. Let me read this. Hold on. Where are you at? Where's the table of content? I'm looking for you. Give me a second, guys. I think it would have been here. Of who you say that they're your people, the worship of fire, a similar bow, right? Maybe no iris. Oh, there it goes. I think I know. Watch this. Okay, so these Irish black men, among various other monuments of solar worship through Ireland, maybe notice the remains of Cromlech. You could see several, right? The moon has natural shared with the worship, right? Irish bogs.
Keep in mind that it was Canaan, right? Remember when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all times it was being told to Isaac and then to Jacob, do not have them marry the daughters of Canaan because they're idolatrous. They worship other gods. They sacrifice their babies to Moloch. They put them through fire. They believed in all kinds of things. And again, what was written aforetime was written for our learning. The Bible is past, present, future. So what was going on then is going on now. And we're seeing who does these things. Let's continue.
Are supposed to be connected with the lunar worship, the worship of fire, right? Baal. You can see this. A sacred fire is supposed to descend into the Holy Scripture. A similar relic of the Oriental paganism exists also in Jerusalem, where at the time of Easter, a sacred fire is supposed to descend into the Holy Scripture. With the worship of fire, the water, you guys can continue reading this, right? So you so-called black man of European descent, of who you say that they're your people, y'all were either Canaanites so far or doing the things of Canaan.
And if there's any brothers here that are listening that you look like a so-called black man or so-called black woman or sisters, and there's something within you that just like something's not making sense, you probably are a Hebrew, okay? Now I know that you've been indoctrinated with one West, and you're probably not going to believe me because you see me as a heathen or because I'm so-called quote Northern Kingdom and prophecy don't come through us, it has to be through the black Judah guy, blah blah blah, whatever. But I'm only being sincere with you that it's not about particular like that. All I'm saying is that we all mix. Now, the Hebrews looked a particular way. Do I believe that no black person or so-called is none of our people? No, of course not, man. I'm not stupid like that. But a good portion of the so-called black or so-called black woman, black man is a Canaan. That's just a fact. Okay, and then believe me, with us, we know. So that's not difficult for us. Now y'all got to do the work.
Okay, but you said you had the Bible. You showed us pictures. So these people sacrifice children, right? That's what it seems like. Let me see. Wow! Oh, watch this. That's right. Look at this. The Carthaginians are known to have paid to Saturn.
And remember that name, Carthaginians, okay?
In sacrificing to him their firstborn children was by the Irish offered to their chief idols. This is the so-called black man that you guys are showing us. This is you guys. Okay? There may be traded, indeed, in the religious remains of Irish and marks of three distinct stages of superstition, namely the first rule. So these so-called black men of Europe, they basically what? They burn their children, firstborns, right? Oh, it says here. Look, watch this. This is interesting. And the natural bent of the mind. Oh, hold on, let me start right here. Was such his view of his now for the first time controverted mystery. In stating, however, as he is said to have done, that the sacrament of the Eucharist is not the true body or the true blood. He might have had references solely to the doctrine put forth and recently by Percassius, who maintained that the body present in the Eucharist was the same carnal and palpable body which was born of the Virgin, which suffered on the cross. The Virgin, okay, suffered on the cross and rose from the dead, Whereas the belief of the Catholic Church on this point of doctrine has always been that the body of Christ is under the symbol, not cooperatively or carnally, but in spiritual manner. So as you can see, like that black Virgin Mary, that's what they're showing so far. Y'all got to take it. Hey, you got to take the good with the bad if you're saying this who you are. All of these known and acknowledged features of the ancient Celtic worship of that superstition which spread whenever the first races of men dispersed themselves. We're going to touch on that later. They remain to this day undoubted traces and testimonies, not only in the traditions and records of Ireland, but in those speaking monuments of antiquity which are still scattered over the hills. There may be trace indeed of the religious reigns of the Irish, namely the first rude ritual, which their Celtic, whatever, you guys can read that. It says here, till the arrival of St. Patrick, they sacrificed the firstborn every species on the deity. Whew, man. I mean, shit, even this guy agrees. Excuse my language. Wait, hold up. Okay, so you don't want to play it? All right. See, told you guys, there's always something funny going on. Maybe they don't want this truth to come out. I don't know, man. I don't like to believe.
So if Canaan has the tendency to sacrifice their children, who has a tendency of sacrificing their children this day? Why is America called Sodom and Egypt? Have you ever thought about Joel 3? How he says that Tyre sold Israel to the Grecians? Let's continue.
Believe that. The Most High. If the truth comes out, it'll come out. If it don't, it's because of the Most High. All right, these guys agree.
Any of those.
And so far from what I'm reading, I agree. Look, listen. When you look at the Canaanites as a nation of people, right, and you read about their history, regardless of who they are a powerful nation. They're an innovative nation. They're extremely intelligent. They're extremely powerful. They're navigators. These guys are not incorrect in those aspects, okay? The Most High obviously blessed them with those things. You cannot be thinking that because Deuteronomy 7 and 6, all of a sudden that means Israel is all better than everybody. You guys got it all wrong. It's not carnal. Because if you read Deuteronomy 4 and 38 or Deuteronomy 7, it literally tells you that he's going to push these nations that are mightier than Israel. So Israel wasn't mighty. And I've done the homework where I know for a fact we were not. And I'm not offended by it.
No, that's why in Judges 3:5, here, I'll show you real quick. I read it yesterday. That's why in Judges 3:5, it tells us we didn't know anything about war. Man, come on, bro. Like, why y'all making it carnal? It says here, namely, 3:3, sorry. It says, namely, the five lords of the Philistines and all the Canaanites and the Sidonians, right? So we're supposed to basically be learning from them. Why? Because it says here in verse 1, now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan. Only that the generation of the children of Israel know to teach them war, at the least such as before knew nothing thereof. We were never that type of nation. That's why the Most High had to help us every single time. Without the Most High, all these other nations, they're powerful, stronger, bigger, taller than us. Why are y'all making it like, oh yeah, it's not carnal, man? I'm telling y'all, it's not carnal. But hey, is a doctrine that benefits certain people. So, they expose themselves as who they are. Their own people are telling them that they are the majority of them are Canaan. I mean, in my people, a lot of you are telling me something. I'm going to start listening. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to get carnal real quick. When I was young, I was a street fighter. And I love that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Who early on helped to formulate what is modern day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African. When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the almond priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet.
They said that's an Israelite, that woman.
You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris.
And remember, they said that the Christianity, the white man brought that to the so-called blacks and Hispanics.
Actions of Osiris. The idea of the resurrection of the dead and the son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Set, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebutet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity,
he's not lying, guys. I looked this up, but that's not my class today, okay? You guys got to look this stuff up yourselves. We need to stop being lied to, man. I'm telling you. Look, I've lost sleep. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I've lost sleep for days. Something within my spirit, man. The Most High has just been moving me. I haven't been able to sleep. I've been studying.
Yeah, this was in the past. Lord, I'll praise the Most High. He's let me sleep now. But let me just continue this because, again, I was sometimes a little bit out the spirit, family. So my apologies. But this was, months before.
All praises to Him is revealing these things.
or charas. You're dealing with chares. Cha means spirit and rest means to rise. The Romans learned the Passion of Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt.
And we know that because we were taught in IUIC, we were taught in GMS, we were taught ICPK, we were taught in the Sakari, whatever it was when Cap says that, they said what? This right here.
So, and the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the
We didn't know that. They said that, the so-called white man learned it from the Egyptians, Okay, let's keep going.
Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And that becomes what we today call.
And obviously, man, let's go.
Hey, East Side 115. Those kind of questions, brother. How can I say it? I'm trying to be not so blunt, but I don't really know any other way, bro. So let me just say it like this. When I was trying to stay sober, I remember one older man told me, how many days you got in sobriety? And I was like, hey, man, I got like 10 days, man. I'm going to rule the world type of mentality. So he said, excuse my language, shut the F up, sit down and learn how to be sober at least 1 year. What I mean by that is there are questions in the scriptures that honestly are not going to get us salvation. So even if I were to answer that question, it's not going to get you salvation. The reason why the Most High is requiring me to do these classes is so we can go to the basics. So we can give you an understanding as to who you are according to the Bible, the heritage, our culture, what we've been so detached from, and the actual work. Unlike what we've been taught, that everything's on the surface level. That's not true. The Most High dwelleth in you, which means that the work is for us to work ourselves out. You know what I'm saying? So that's really it, man. I'd love to answer that. And I think in time, this channel grows, I'll touch on stuff like that. But right now, like me, bro, I'm still trying to get salvation. So quite frankly, some of those dark, like Genesis, Revelations, I don't touch because it'll just confuse our people. Anyhow. Yeah, man, exactly. Because you know what? Especially with that, but the one thing about, let me just side point. The one thing about Genesis and Revelation, that's where you get philosophies, because Revelation is one thing, Genesis is another. It's very parabolic. Like when it talks about the Genesis 2:7, breath, and the Most High breathed, breath, air, and life came upon him. Da 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 da. Christians take it one way, West Side campers take it another way. Give me a second. Anyhow, so let me continue. All right, that's all.
Look at that real quick because it makes perfect sense to bring it out now, right? The Most High told us about this, told us about why we shouldn't be doing what the Canaanites do. Deuteronomy 12:29. Watch what it reads, okay? It says, when the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeeded them, and dwelleth in their land. Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee. And that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination of the Lord which he hateth, have they, meaning the Canaanites, done unto gods. For even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in the fire to the gods. And we see now that the Canaanites have traveled everywhere and took these particular practices to where? To England, right? I'm not lying. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm reading it, okay? Give me a second real quick. We're up there, dealing with 10, right? and it actually shows what? Where's the tin? Where's the tin? Don't forget it. The tin is in Britain. Okay. Watch this real quick. This is gonna blow your minds. Well, I mean, it blew my mind, to be honest. It reads. This is from the history of England, raping the Traumas. You guys can get that. Look back at the video. Watch what it reads. Page, I don't know, man. What page is it? Page 4. Introduction page. It says here. I'm going to start right here. Okay. It says, as well situated for trades as the Britons were, we don't find they had any large vessels or ventured to sea beyond the coast of Gaul. Okay. So hear that? You hear that? Their chief commerce was the Phoenician merchants, who, after the discovery of the islands, exported every year great quantities of tin, which they drove a very painful trade with distant nations. But notwithstanding all their care to conceal the fountainhead, the Greeks discovered it at length, and it came in trade. And as you know how it happens when people start, kind of like the drug wars, man. You know what I mean? It's no different. You find something valuable, you're gonna fight for it. Here's another point, just to show you guys here. Metal mining industry, United Kingdom, right? So as you can see that there is technically metal mining involved. Okay, there's all kinds of metals, right? Let me see if I can find it. Let's see, because I put it in there for a reason. There it goes, right here. It says here, an industrial level started well before the Industrial Revolution. The copper from these prehistoric mines was mixed with tin extracted in Cornwall. All right, so that's what the Phoenicians were doing up there, extracting tin. So obviously the mining part is very important for them. Watch this. Later, lead and copper extracted the Romans to Britain. The Romans introduced iron tools and used local slaves to mine galena. All right, so you can see that here, that it's pretty much what? A place of minerals, right? These particular things. And the one thing about tin is that if you actually burn it, or it is one of the hardest.
And by the way, in case some of y'all are wondering, why am I mentioning 10? Well, because it's in the Bible, okay? The Bible basically identifies who Tyree is. The Bible is basically letting us know that Tyree would be basically doing all of these things. Let me see. Let me read some of it real quick. And by the way, in 15 minutes, I'm going to take like a little quick 10-minute break because this class is literally like 3 hours, man. So if y'all, you guys can piece it out. I don't feel offended because I already know how I am. You know what I'm saying? I'll go 3 hours nonstop, bro. Anyways, the Africans in South Africa are white people. The Afrikaans, yeah, that's right. Speaking a Dutch language that I understand, they call themselves Boren. Yeah, always bug me how it's that possible when we are thought African or black. Yeah, well, it's because I actually have a video on them, and I did a video on them because of where now that the apartheids are no longer there, and then the Africans are like the actual true Africans have power. They basically did apartheid against the so-called white man. So now the Afrikaans are basically living like poor people, man. And then you wonder, like, now they're doing drugs, they got alcohol involved. So now you see what happens when you actually put law. Hold, give me a second. You see what happens when you implement oppression. It don't matter what color you are, right? Oppression is oppression. It'll destroy you, man. Yeah, you're right. I'll bring up a class on that. I'm trying to get all my files back. We are supposed to mix. We're supposed to a mixed multitude, yet they claim all is Negro. Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, man, and think about it. The 10 tribes went all over, right? You know what I'm saying? They were basically scattered. Then they were, Assyrian captivity, several other captivities, then Judah, then confusion of faces. I mean, come on, man. Hey, Mexican, how you doing, brother? A lot of material on how African Americans have white DNA online. Yeah, man, a lot of it. And see, this is why it's so funny when, let's say, for example, let's say I'm black and I go, yeah, you so-called white man, da 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 da. And in reality, how do I know that my father wasn't a white man? They've been mixing since Europe. Even the material I've shown in other classes, you can see that their color has changed. Some of them have gray eyes. Even to this day, the so-called Creoles, those guys did not mix here. They were already mixing. So those most likely Creoles, if you even go to like a Creole website, they really separate themselves from every other nation. They're very proud of who they are. So it tells you very clearly. All right, now let's continue because I'm gonna get to the point about this tin thing.
Best metals to ever deal with, honestly. It's harder than I think titanium. I don't know, honestly. I'm not an expert on it. But I'm showing you guys, all right? You guys can look this stuff up. Look. Watch, this is Carthaginian supremacy. Watch this. Here it goes right here. You see that? Look, watch this. Trade. Ancient sources agree that Carthage had become perhaps the richest city in the world, though through its trade. The Bible talks about that. There can be no doubt that most profitable trade was inherited from the Phoenicians in the Western Mediterranean, in which tin, silver, gold, and iron were obtained. Okay? Extracting recognitions and stuff like that. Again, these brothers concur. And what that means is they agree. It's not a fancy word, guys. It just sounds cool. You know what I'm saying? Here goes another one. Let's watch video number 1.
There is only one.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna play this. By the way, forgive me. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but again, please, YouTube. This is only for exercise, educational, and critique purposes. Okay, these guys are actually right. I'm not disagreeing with you guys at all. You guys are 100% correct. All right, I'm gonna let it play.
And by the way, I didn't realize what he was saying when I said that, so I'll clarify it.
There is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa.
That's a lie.
And Dr. Clark teaches us that after they got their show together, then they took it on the road.
Yeah, they took a lot of idolatry on the road, that's for sure. Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
The origin of the name Europe comes from a Phoenician goddess named Europa. So the origin of the name Europe has an African origin because the Phoenicians, we're still dealing with Black African people, the Canaanites and all that. When we talk about Phoenicians, we're still talking about Black folks.
The first Europeans were a group of Africans called Ogromaldi who had migrated from Africa to Europe between 40 and 60,000 years ago. And in the process of evolution, many of them lost the Africoid genotype and phenotypical features and then went on to look more European-esque. You even see in pre-racist Europe, Africans and Europeans living side by side. In fact, a lot of European families have an African background that they don't like to acknowledge.
And he's correct. We're gonna find out too. Okay. So, sorry, I ran over here, man. I had to run to the bathroom. Let's see. Now, anyhow, let me get my thoughts back. Oh, whew. I'm glad I came in time. So far, we've proven that these kings in Europe, they are definitely there. They were there. We've also, so far, have seen that that area has basically been conquered by the so-called Black race, right? And that they also brought a lot of their traditions, which has a lot of influence of Canaan, which at the end of the day seems like it's Canaanites, right? I mean, obviously, they speak for themselves.
You see, and this is what I'm talking about, sis. I don't know if you're saying what, like I can't believe it. What? Yeah, it's literally telling them, listen, these guys, Phoenicians, they named Europe Europa. They were up there. They were mining for tin. They've been up there for some time. They wanted to conquer Europe. They finally did in 711 AD. They've been up there since 1492. Why are you saying that? No, they are Hebrews. I don't know if it's a scholarly or a lack thereof of the scholarly ability, or there's an agenda behind this. And I think, this is my opinion. It's an agenda behind it. Yeah, right. Whistleblower it, bro. You're right. Hold up. Here you go.
But again, that's what we're being taught. This is, like you're reading. I'm not stretching anything. I'm reading for what it says, right? And again, if this information is out, why are we still being told these things? It's the same video. It's the same video, guys.
Septimius Severus.
Like, why are we still being told these things? Are they not aware? Are they not willing to listen? Does history not matter? Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. The white man made it up, right? Is that what it is? You know, we keep seeing that often, and then we also keep seeing this. Watch this. At every instant, man.
And by the way, I play these videos because they really get on my nerves. And it's propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Remember the media? Like, okay. The other video yesterday, I was like, yeah, the so-called white man, you know, they're the ones that are controlling the media. Okay, so if they're controlling the media, why are they not blocking you guys? And who is the biggest pusher when it comes to media, music, and movies? The so-called white Jewish people and the so-called black people. That's all I see in relationships to music, to movies. Now, every 2 years, not only do we get a Holocaust movie, we get a slavery movie. I wonder why.
Again, YouTube, this is only for educational purposes. Please, this is under content. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles and makes zero claim that it belongs to Bible Chronicles. This falls under Title 17 of the United States Copyright Law. Okay? Thank you. That's all I'm doing. Please, forgive me. Do not block me. Hold on a second, guys. We get this a lot, man. Listen, this is not new, right? We've been told these things. And as people...
I'm moving it around in case they block me. That's why.
At least I could tell you, as being a so-called Hispanic, there's a different essence. At least I could say for us people, we hate to see people in pain. Just the true Hebrews, I'm gonna call y'all. We hate to see people in pain. I never could imagine doing something like that to somebody. So because of the conditioning, right? We agree to this.
I understand you think you are defending the plight of the black man, or yes, in your case, the black woman. But we are doing a disservice to the argument, much less your people, by conflating race with basic common sense.
I would say this. The disenfranchisement of black people in America is by design written into the actual DNA of this country. Your argument, however flawed, has been successfully promoted and propagated through repetition. We hear it over and over again. But I'm here to tell you that this vicious cycle of inequity will soon be broken.
Okay. So now I would have been like, yeah, white man. Yeah, you tell the sister. He deserves it. That bastard, after everything he did to our people, right? After everything he did to our people. You damn right I'm going to sit behind her and say, yeah, that's my people, man. That's an Israelite girl right there. Yeah. Right? Because we've been conditioned. This right here, right? In August 1619, a ship appeared on this horizon near the Point Comfort. You guys have heard of that whole critical race theory, right?
The legacy of slavery, and
we're also hearing this too. You know what I'm saying? And again, if I don't know any better, and all I've been conditioned is to believe this, the system has taught me this, the books have taught me this, the Hebrew Israelites have taught, the black Hebrew Israelites have taught me this. I've seen my people suffer. I've experienced it emotionally. We lived in a 1-bedroom apartment, 7, 8 of us. I've lived that. I was one time illegal. I've done all that, man. We lived in the hood. From 1990 to 1996, Oceanside was the worst hood in the world. I mean, I don't know about the world, but Oceanside Pozola is where I lived. It was the worst hood. That's where I grew up, man. That's why it bothers me when I see wannabe so-called gangsters trying to bring the Bible and they're out there trying to fight. Y'all don't know nothing about that, man. Y'all don't know nothing about that. You guys are kids. I'm 46 years old. That was 20 years something ago, man. Y'all don't even realize how life was between 1980 to 1997.
And you guys that are older like me, man, y'all know how difficult it was, bro. We lost a lot of familias, third strike, heroin addiction. I don't know about cocaine addiction was so rampant here because it was mostly heroin, man, and crystal. Heroin, crystal, and an angel dust. You know what I'm saying? Well, heroin, I guess, was considered angel dust or PCP. A lot of our gente overdose on that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like you gotta go out there. You trying to use the Bible and be all gangster, bro. Y'all silly, man. Y'all need to grow up. And this woman here bothers me so much because I'm telling you, man, they know what all this is. They got all the information. There's absolutely nothing not available nowadays. You can learn how to fix a car on YouTube. You're telling me that your own gente telling you that you guys are Africans, you still believe you're not? And then you're telling me that only the white man enslaved, it's always been white man enslaving black people? That's not true. Y'all were enslaving them first. And I'm not for them, but I know for a fact we never enslaved no white man or no black man.
I lost 9 people of people I knew.
19 project is a project about ways surprise, and that's what we
want to teach the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians of the 12-tribe chart. Come on, man.
Placing slavery at the center of the narrative, and that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about Black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how Black people,
listen to this,
despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military, believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true. And in fact, had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans.
All right, so now she says fight. Didn't you guys fight with the so-called white man to conquer these lands? How did you guys end up with land? And you're saying the white that you just took it from the white man? No, you had what's called head rights. You were bringing servitude family members to gain rights. Matter of fact, I have an article that shows how you guys were already submitting paperwork 4 acres under the Monroe Doctrine of 1848. Several black folks were actually coming to California. That was the actual one that I was working on, okay? Came to California, several of y'all. Let's continue. I'm done with this hypocrisy, man. This is hypocritical and just like, man, I can't believe y'all. I just honestly cannot believe you guys.
Now listen to that, okay? When you sit there and you empathize with another nation because they suffered so much, and every 2 years we get movies about slavery, right? And she makes comments like that. Oh yeah, you're right. But subliminally, what is she saying? That everything has happened because of them.
And quite frankly, let's put it this way. You so-called black men and you so-called black women, okay? Are you guys from the Americas? No. And you so-called white men and you so-called white women, are y'all guys from the Americas? No. So how are y'all getting territory? How is it that black folks own banks, institutions, colleges? They got what do you call those guys? The Mason dudes? Several of them.
I don't think that.
And then you get this right here, bro. It's just sad, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is what bothered me, all right? You got these 12 chart pushers. And look, earlier this morning, I actually forwarded a IUIC post. And the reason why is because I know that brother. I've actually studied with him. And he always was respectful to me. And he's our gente. And he's out there teaching our gente in Ecuador. So for me, that's very motivating. I may not agree with their whole doctrine, but for me, seeing my gente putting a butt whooping of the word of God on our people so they can wake up, you damn right, I'm gonna back it up, okay? But now, when it comes to everything about the 12-type chart, that's when it gets really, really hectic. And watch this real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something.
You know, you believe people, man. You believe people. You break bread with them. You sit down with them. You introduce your families.
Right? So I'm saying all of these things because this woman that I just showed, Again, are they not dissecting what they're talking about? All right, watch.
Some of these fools wicked. And now I know why. All right, we're gonna go through this again. And again, I'm not targeting this particular school, man. I'm just using material. I would have used anybody, but yeah, I know who this is. This is regarding the critical race theory, right? With that sister slope. Sorry, what that heathen said, because that's what it is to me right now. That thing is a heathen to me right now. And you guys are gonna know why. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip this part because I want to get to the point. Watch what this dude said. Again. Oh, this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles and make zero claims that it belongs to Bible Chronicles. Okay, guys?
Big Sodom in Egypt. Sodom in Egypt. All right, read that.
This is edweek.org. What is critical race theory and why is it under attack?
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Is critical race theory a way of understanding how American racism has shaped public policy, or a divisive discourse that pits people of color against white people? Liberals and conservatives are in sharp disagreement.
You know, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Right. We ain't pinning ourselves against nobody, bro. Right. They are the ones who pin themselves against us. Give me that Ezekiel 35 real quick, man. They're the ones who from day one had a problem with us.
Hey, let's be real. Is that true? Are they not calling out the white man saying, you guys did this, you guys did that, you guys control the media, you guys all this, oh my God, poor me, I didn't do anything. Well, we're watching and finding out that y'all were really been doing some stuff way before. And then the nerve of you to go back this woman up. Critical race theory is basically what she's talking about, okay? You don't even do your homework as to what other videos she's been pumping out, but you go off and say, oh, well, give us our land back. Which land? Africa? Because this ain't your land.
Remember, from day one.
Right. Okay. You know what I want.
Ezekiel chapter 35 and verse 5. Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel.
Do you see that thing? It ain't the so-called people of color against them. No, it's them against us. They had to beef with us first.
I remember that. Give me a second, guys. All right, here it goes.
Should be in writing past these wrongs.
Oh, how about this? How about you give us everything you have?
That's right. Yeah, man, they got to give all of it back.
Run it. Go ahead.
What's crazy, Cap, is they're trying to play victim for us,
Exactly.
telling what you did to us.
Exactly.
And the thing is, we were listening at Clubhouse last night. One lady just couldn't believe that white people are evil and all of them are bad because her son plays with a white kid.
Oh, gosh.
Read to me Sirach chapter 12, verse 10.
From Ghana, right?
Yeah. It was just amazing how our people don't see that these people are quick to play victim, but they'll continue to put laws to oppress you, continue to put laws to kill your kids, push homosexuality on your kids, and stop your reproduction. Read that.
Sirach chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy.
The Bible don't say sometimes, he don't say occasionally. He says never trust thine enemy. And God makes it very clear who your enemy is because he told you what your enemy was going to do to you. Put you on slavery on slave ships. Read verse 16.
Verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with.
I need to get me one of those, by the way.
His lips.
See, they get on these platforms, this news article, and makes it look like they're the ones being attacked. They make it look like they are the victim, read.
But in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit.
There you go.
He will weep with his eyes.
He don't weep with his eyes. That's what he's saying. Is it going to make turning black people against us? No, you're just trying to play victim when you know everything you've ever done to us is to destroy us. Everybody you've dealt with, you've paid reparations except for us, so you have no mercy for us.
Remember everything that he says, right? Remember everything that he says. And he says that the white man played the victim. And you know what? There was a time where I actually believed this crap. And I'm going to tell you guys why there was a time where I actually believed it. When I left these particular rooms, I had to really question myself, man. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I don't know if you guys can agree with the so-called Northern Kingdom, right? Because we get bombarded from Aboriginals, from BOI cams like Fopies, and one was cams that, you know, if you don't believe in this doctrine, then you're a heathen, or the daughter ain't dealing with you, or you know, if you have a different doctrine, we ain't brothers no more. Hey, brother, oh man, you know, I love my people, man. You're out there in the corner. I love my people, man. Yeah, yeah. You come in, all of a sudden, you disagree with particular scripture, man, whatever it may be, right? Guess what? We ain't brothers no more.
And you know what, fam? I don't know if it's a Hispanic thing, man, but that is very difficult for me to wrap my mind around. How can you ask of me to be fam, to get to know you, to share with you what I've experienced, my thoughts, my pain, my family? I break bread. I take my shirt off for you. I you know what I mean? I go out of my way. And then all of a sudden, we just don't agree on particular doctrine. Next, you know, we don't talk. We can't talk no more. Now, maybe other nations can do that, but you're asking for loyalty from a so-called Hispanic or a native. You don't understand what that word means. You have no idea. That's how I knew that we're just not the same people. Because when you have a doctrine like that, that is just so quick to cut people off, then I got to really be mindful as to who I'm dealing with. Because listen, I may not agree with a lot of you families, man, but I got mad love for my gente. And I'm never going to stop having that type of support. Ever. Ever. So if y'all really feel like, hey, man, cut me off because, you know, you don't believe that we used to have woolly hair, then you probably did have woolly hair. And you are a Canaanite.
How funny, man. I find that so weird. Now, they're saying that the white man is a victim. All right. We're going to find out if this is true. The gloves are coming off today.
The American people have been dumbed down and intentionally misled, and great portions of our history.
So that's Glenn Beck. And there's something else I want to show you about what he says, but I wanted to play that first because it was very interesting. Because,
by the way, whoever this video, I really appreciate that. You know, did you know the Southwest? I'm not trying to take credit for it. I really appreciate what you've done. Okay, whoever you are, thank you. It's really edifying.
A lot of people do not know their history, and it's not surprising because.
Hey, look at this, guys. Read this real quick, okay? It says, define propaganda. It says, propaganda is the systematic spreading of information or misinformation by the media to aggressively promote one point of view. Propaganda is brainwashing of the public, convincing them of an ideological viewpoint. What's this Irving guy now doing? Oh, what are all these schools now? Oh, look, Irvin. Oh my God. Now they're supposedly going out, doing camp every day, saying, oh, Irvin, come over here with us. You know, I think he's actually part of IUIC, honestly. That's what I think. But that's my opinion. Just saying.
The victor writes the history. So the victor could say anything they want about the loser. So for prime example is the North and the South. The North won over the South. So the North could dictate the information that we know about the South. They could say whatever they want. Oh, the South was more racist than the North. It's not that the North wasn't racist, but the South is more racist than the North. I'm telling you that that's not the case. That's a huge lie. The South was far more friendlier to black.
And this is not a so-called white person, by the way, Mr. So-called black man or so-called black woman or so-called Hispanic or so-called Hispanic woman. Okay? You guys are in camps. This is a so-called black man. It's not a woman.
Black people than the North.
By the way, do you know who the first Republican president of the GOP was in Texas? Yeah, he was a black guy. Isn't that weird?
Now, I strongly believe that he's talking about Norris Wright Cooney. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Now, when you go and Google images, it's funny that you see a white man, but there's a few images of him being black. And I'm not surprised there's confusion because, you know, they try to write us out of history. Black people didn't do anything besides being.
And by the way, I'm gonna prove that that's not true. This is not a so-called black and white man mix. is a Canaanite. I'm gonna prove it.
Slaves, right? I mean, they play these games all the time with us. But black people were prominent in the Republican Party.
And see, this is the thing, family. So he says, "Oh, they play this game with us." No, the black elitists and the white elitists are playing this game with everybody. Somebody said the chessboard, the black and white chessboard. Yeah, whether you land on the white, you effed. Whether you land on the black, you effed. Let me read this real quick. Why is Sakari saying the so-called Mexicans it is a car, but yet promoting Cayenne in his video, which Cayenne cited with Trump politics to put the so-called Mexican children in cages? Hey, man, all praises to the Most High for that one, because quite frankly, what makes the so-called Mexicans is a car. Boy, because of siesta. You know, the siesta isn't even a Mexican thing; that's a Spanish thing from Spain. And you realize that we're not the only people that actually sleep in the afternoons. There's a lot of people in other countries that do that. And then they say, "Oh, the rest was good. Oh, and the land was fruit." Like, okay, cool, sounds good. Well, really? What two burdens? South America and North America? Those are two burdens. What burdens are you talking about? You see, and you know what? Here's the problem with that, bro. Here's the problem with the chart. Okay. Because at the end of the day, they will tell you themselves, well, we don't really know if you're also Issachar. You could be Judah, you could be Asher, but we'll find out at the end. So then why have the freaking chart if nobody really knows? And honestly, is the chart going to really give you salvation? Because there's no chart that's going to make you keep the laws of God. You're either going to keep them or you're not. It's that simple. It's that simple. So quite frankly, not only are they fake, they're blind. But hey, the blind is leading the blind. Look, so all of these black folks that were elected, they know till this very day that they've been elected. But why is this such a secret? It ain't just the white man that's being secretive, guys. It's also the black man, the elitist.
After the Civil War, a whole bunch of black people got into positions of power in the South, right? Not the North, the South. Well, isn't the South supposed to be more racist than the North? How is it that a whole bunch of black people got into positions of power in the South? Well, because the Southerners were far more friendly to each other than the Northerners. Okay? You could even look up the black codes. They would say freedmen, free Negroes, mulattoes. Why are they mentioning mulattoes? Because there's enough mulattoes in the South to mention, and that means that Caucasians and Negroes were definitely getting on with one another. And we know that white supremacists don't like being around.
Guys, the black code. Remember I showed y'all, was this mine or is this, oh no. Remember I showed y'all yesterday the video regarding, well, there's a term that would say Negro and Negroes. The black code was that it didn't apply to every black person. Remember it said any person, white standard. So if you were married to a white person prior to the after the Reconstruction, then what? The Reconstruction, right? So then in the Reconstruction, they were really writing laws saying, okay, so prior to this day, if you're so-called black and you married a white woman, then you and them are not legally bound to this new black law. So if you're black looking, if you can prove that you are European descent or born of a white woman, then you are not subject to this new law that would oppress so-called Negroes, which means the natives, okay? The majority.
Black people.
And the Canaanites that they don't like.
Definitely don't want to have children with them. So
remember, don't listen to everything that this person's saying. I think it's a female. I don't know. So okay, just extract what's important. I'm gonna fast forward it because some of it is not true.
Pay attention. They tell you that
That's
the
true.
North was.
But let me fast forward. There's a point here that I want to make.
Some truth, but and when it comes to slavery, it's not that there weren't problems under slavery, but they're exaggerating about the problems. That's the thing. If you want to tell a lie, there has to be some truth in it.
That's true.
And yes, there was.
Hey, scattered Israelite, there is some. I can't believe I was going to say the same thing. Well, I'll say there's some truth in that because you have black folks that are technically from the father is white, and you have white folks that their father is black. So Edom technically is a mixture of them both. Now, here's the thing. One what says that Edom was born red and white, whatever. No, that's not true. Edom married several Canaanite women. So what happened to the babies? They might have looked black, right? The curse of Canaan. That's what actually defines the actual color. Because how would you define Canaan? How would you know who Canaan would be? You see what I'm saying? How is he cursed? Because of his pigmentation. That's how you would know the curse of Canaan. Now, are all white people Edomites? No, I don't believe so. Are all black people Canaanites? No, I don't believe so. Is there white people that are Edomites? Yes. Is there black people that are Edomites? Yes. That's like the weirdest thing, man, because as you go deep in this rabbit hole, you realize, Mike, oh my dear Jesus, man, you got to really use the scripture to protect yourself. This is no joke, guys.
Some slaves that were being abused, but the vast majority were not, because
And we're gonna prove that.
they were property. Property is valuable. Who goes around and damages and
But that's not true.
destroys them? Funny that when black people are actually doing well under slavery,
Watch this.
that's the truth. And it's funny that when black people got out of slavery, it was much easier to attack them and marginalize them.
So what's happening is this, right? Prior to the Civil War, black folks were outvoting white folks 5-1 in the South, okay? And basically almost everywhere. So now what these white men were basically getting tired of was you were taking their women and you're outvoting them. So quite frankly, they've been look, the white man, you guys conquered them in 711 AD. When you came over here, a good portion of y'all came over here with them because a lot of white folks were technically servants. They were subjective to you. You guys had conquered them. So you came over here and you brought them with you, and you basically were outvoting them all the time. And then in 1830 was when white people started really having rights to vote, the poor white people. Now, why is it that so-called black man and black woman don't know this? You see, because you're hiding something. Here we go. Let's find out.
The lynchings, that wouldn't happen under slavery because the slave owners wouldn't tolerate their slaves being lynched every 5 seconds.
So listen to what he's saying, right? So watch this. He's basically explaining how, wait a minute, hold up. Are you really suggesting that in slavery they would kill the slaves? Their slaves were bought. They were expensive. There was no reason. Like, it's like you invest in a property, you get mad at it because it has bad plumbing and you destroy the house. No, that's stupid. He's making sense. Watch.
Funny that when black people are actually doing well under slavery,
watch this.
That's the truth. And it's funny that when black people got out of slavery, it was much easier to attack them and marginalize them. The lynchings, that wouldn't happen under slavery because the slave owners wouldn't tolerate their slaves being lynched every 5 seconds. Black people actually were doing well in the South. Now, no doubt about it, the North and the South had different cultures. So the North one, they had to make the South like the North. It was not. It took some time, but eventually they did it. Okay?
All right.
So what he's saying is that the South was mixing a lot with black, white, and natives, and the North wasn't. So what the North is like, yo, listen, man, you guys are giving rights to these damn natives, and that's not what we agreed upon. So when Abraham Lincoln wanted to basically supposedly abolish slavery, it wasn't to abolish slavery. It was to have more black folks outvoting white folks. But it turned on them because then white folks got more power and they started the lynching, the segregation, the Jim Crow, all of it. If you guys study history, you will find out that it all makes sense now because the Bible is basically clearing it up for everybody now.
Now let's prove it. I found this guy. His name is Hannibal Hamlin, right? So Hannibal Hamlin, just what he looks like. That's what this guy looks like, right?
100%, brother. Hey, scattered Israelite, 100%, bro. I agree with you. I don't believe that everybody all across the board. I'm not one of them because I have family members that are very, very dark skinned. I have family members that look Arabic. You know what I'm saying? So you just never know, man. You just never know. All we got to do is keep the commandments of God, man, and hang in there, hang tight. Hang real tight, man, because honestly, it's going to get even more crazier.
That's not him.
They're coming after your spirit. Watch this real quick.
What's this? This is from library. Y'all can go back to my class. Watch this. It says, the name of Hannibal Hamlin recalls those medals issued during the campaign of 1860. They contained ambroid-type portraits of the candidates. On most of them, Mr. Hamlin was given such a swarthy complexion that perhaps these very medals confirm the belief in the lie industriously claimed that the South, that one of his parents was a mulatto. There's a reason why they say that, right? And that he was named in honor of the great Carthaginian to blazon his African descent before the world. At all events, thousands of people in the South actually believed that Lincoln and a nigger were the Republican candidate. And he's being called that, right? Not because he's of African descent, it's because they think he's mulatto mix. That's where that 1/8 concept come from. It had nothing to do with black people. You better believe that. All right? This is right. This is true. Watch this. This is from slave owners, right?
That's part of the Partis Sequertum Ventrum of 1662 when they passed the law to target our native women. Okay, that they were free to be kidnapped and enslaved, and they could rape them and have babies with them, and all those babies would basically be considered slaves, which is that 1/8 of blood. That's where it comes from. It wasn't nothing about black folks, Africans. That's all a lie. Let's go.
Slaveholders, look at this. Here it goes, look. See, one freed the black master often obtained slaves by various methods. Many of the colored slave owners inherited slaves from black relatives as well as white folks, kinfolks, A few black masters owned slaves in West Africa and transported. You hear this? A few black masters owned slaves in West Africa and transported the slaves to the New World, but the majority of the black slavers used their own industry and worked as artisans, blah, blah, blah. Supposedly that's what it's saying. Then it says here, South Carolina black masters were small slave owners who owned 1 or 2 slaves, right? We'll see if this is true. We'll see if this holds weight. This is an interesting thing, right? So, matter of fact, you know what? I forgot my point. My apologies. Hold on, let me bring this up.
Hey, I showed you guys this guy yesterday, Leo Wetzel. So let me kind of fast forward it a little bit. They're just showing that he's swarthy. Okay, that's all it's basically saying. All right, so let me kind of fast forward this real quick because I don't want to bombard you guys with repetitive stuff. It was pretty much fresh. So let's continue. I really want to show you the stuff that I wasn't able to show you back in September.
Who is this guy? This is from, I believe, South Carolina Historical Magazine. It says, many of the slaves in this country have previously been slaves. Others have been owners of slaves in Africa. Hold his brethren, right? That's a lie. Let me read this. Free blacks became slave owners early in history. Indeed, one of the first known legal sanctions of slavery, other than the punishment for crime, involved a black owner, a Canaanite. In 1654, Anthony Johnson, which his name is Antonio. I don't have time to pull that up, but I found out his real name is Antonio. Anthony Johnson and his wife Mary, in a court suit, gained the service of their black servant, and that wasn't an African, by the way. So he sues these people, right? And apparently, slave owning for free Negroes was so common in the period of Commonwealth as to pass unnoticed and without criticism by those who consciously recorded events of the time. This is from Negroes in Virginia. It says the most remarkable property right possessed by free Negroes with OES was the right to acquire, own, and alienate slaves, meaning our people. Indeed, for more than 20 years from the time the free Negroes, you Africans, first appeared in the court, there was no legal restriction upon their rights to own indentured white servants.
You hear that? Indentured white servants. We're at an hour and 23 minutes. Let me see something real quick. Remember this? Remember these guys? What are they saying?
evil and all of them are bad because
Yeah,
man, they got to give all.
put us first.
I remember that.
This is what they said.
Give me a second, guys. All right, here goes.
Should be in writing past these wrongs.
Oh, how about this? How about you give us everything you have?
That's
right.
right. Yeah, man, they got to give all of it back.
Run it. Go ahead.
what's crazy, Captain,
Give you guys what? This land? You see why you need you that's why you need the 12 tribe chart. Without the 12 tribe chart, you're only stuck with verse 68. That's it.
they're trying to play victim for us telling
Exactly.
what you did to us.
Exactly.
And the thing is,
Didn't we just read that they were enslaving white folks too? And our people? You black folks, okay? You of Phoenician descent. You guys were enslaving white and black. I'm sorry, white and native Indians. And in Mexico, you were doing the same damn thing. And in South America, same damn thing.
we were listening at Clubhouse last night. One lady just couldn't believe that white people are evil and all of them are bad.
And you know, I find it really funny, guys. Check this out. Okay, check this out. So before so-called white man, so-called white man, so-called white man, there's a devil. Everybody was okay with it. Everybody was okay. You're right. Yeah, y'all enslaved our people. Now I have someone like myself telling you guys here that I see on the screen, right? You, the woolly team, telling you guys enslaved our people too. That you guys did this, you guys did this, you guys did this, and I prove it. And you know what they're calling me? They're calling me a racist now. They said that I'm teaching hate. Isn't this what they tell the so-called One West campers? They tell them, you guys are teaching hate. No, we're not teaching hate. We're teaching truth. Am I not doing that? Am I not showing you, so-called black man and so-called black woman of the Phoenician descent? And I want to keep saying that because I don't want my own gente to think that I'm being against them, and I'm not. I'm just bringing facts. You guys are liars. Y'all need to do your homework as to who it really enslaved you and who you enslaved. Because the white man is only doing what y'all did to them. We never enslaved them. And because of this, guess what? It's like this, guys. We have a telenovela going on in our room right now. It's like somebody moved into your house and they're literally playing the role right there in front of your home. We're literally dealing with these two nations of people just within their own, agendas. We're just watching them. It's like it's all about the white man and the black man. Yet it's our continent, our land. They say that we're the same people, but it's not about us at all. Irving, all black folks are Israelites. Okay. Oh, well, we didn't fight for this land, and instead of us, they helped everybody else. Really? Well, we're still getting our people separated at the border. ICE is still going into our people's homes and taking the fathers and mothers and leaving the children by themselves. We have older men crying because of the hardship. Now more videos are coming out that the native families of ours up in the north in Canada were being basically buried and killed. But yet the critical thinkers say that, the quote unquote 5 civilized tribes, they own slaves too.
Because her son plays with a white kid. Read to me Sirach chapter 12, verse 10.
From the belief in walks away, they were now found, and that he, if not as a usual thing, much more.
All right, fam. Listen, I'm gonna take a quick, I'm not even 10 minutes, man. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Let me play some music real quick. Because I want to make sure that I could use the restroom and get something to eat real quick. All right, I don't want to miss anything. So if you guys just hang in there, give me about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right, we've been at it for about an hour and a half. We got another hour and a half left, and we should be done. All right, so here it goes.
Sinner made a bang.
Purchase your tracks today.
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 All right, fam. All praises. Thank you very much. Hey, real quick, I just want to let y'all know that because I have a slow day today, I will be doing a class later on tonight, and I know that some of y'all are probably still coming out of these rooms that we're keeping Sabbath on Friday and Saturday. So, for the sake of trying to meet you guys halfway, what I'll do is I'll do a class for your Sabbath so you can bring in the Sabbath. Okay. So this evening, Friday, I'll do a class. All right. Again, I know that some of y'all are doing Friday, Saturday. That's not the correct way. But again, just like Paul, man, to the Jew, I'm going to be a Jew. To the Greek, I'm going to be a Greek. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's just to allow this family, this gathering to become the fruition, because enough of this separation, enough of that, man. We have too much at stake. We have too many spirits lost. We have too many people dying. We have too many suicide, too much alcoholism, too much drug addiction, too much parenting, lack thereof, too much hoarding going on now. Now in Colombia, they got this thing called champeta, where now they got these girls shaking their butts like the African women here, and they're influencing our women down there now. Man, it just gets interesting. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. And let me give me a second real quick. Let me bring out the class because I had to close it. Let me see these stories.
Hey, Shalom, Israel. Shalom.
All right, give me a second. Let me go back to the 123. Okay, so let's go.
As a usual thing, much more severe on their slaves and the white owners. So you so-called black man, this is what you did to our people? You claim that those Europeans are your people. The Negroes who own slaves, y'all need to read these books. I'm not making anything up. I'm just reading it. What's this? Look, this is from South Carolina Historical Message. Free blacks were slave owners for more than 200.
Oh, hey, you know what, scattered Israelite? Man, hold up a second, bro. And sister. That's an excellent point, bro. Can you imagine if the so-called black man in U.S. was put in cages like that, like the so-called Mexican? It would be over headlines for months and years. Man, that is so true. But you know what they did for us? They did a political message. You Mexicans are murderer, rapists, and some are good people, right? That is such a big deal. Because imagine if that would have happened. Nah, man. But instead, us, we're just looked upon like that. Look, Maccabees 3:52. And lo, the heathen are assembled together against us to destroy us. What things they imagine against us, thou knoweth. Yeah, for sure, bro. Because quite frankly, they do it so subtle. Like, it's just us. It's just us. But yet, all of a sudden, we're still seeing massive migrations of our people struggling to make it because America has eaten our resources. That's why.
Years. Free blacks became slave owners early in our history. Indeed, one of the first known legal sanctions of slavery, other than the punishment for crime, involved a black owner, Anthony Johnson. Y'all saw that. Look at this guy. 1786 reported Jane Pendervis. PEN is really what that means, right? Let's see. And his family, not as free persons. Oh, watch this. Reported James Pendarvis and his family not as free persons of color, but as white persons. Okay?
That's called white standard. It was called white standard. That's why. So if you could prove that you were, like for example, you know how you apply for, let's say, application, and they ask you if you're Hispanic of white or non-white. So if you, a lot of them now picking white. Well, guess what? That's called white standard. On paper, you're considered white. So then you go and apply. You can buy property. You can get head right programs. Like all of these things matter. So it was never about color prior to the Civil War. Only after the Civil War was it about white privilege, not white standard.
Leanne could refer to him as a free Negro and not a mulatto. You see that? Yet, in spite of his noticeable African features, the white community considered him a white person. So, was it white privilege a color, or was it a status? Same article. In 1786, in St. Paul Parish, he paid taxes on 113 slaves, the same guy, and a plantation which contained 3,250 acres of land.
Hey, you think those slaves were black? No, they weren't. Where are you?
And have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true. And in fact, had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans.
1786 in St. Paul Parish, on the bottom it says 1786 in St. Paul Parish, he paid taxes on 113 slaves, the same guy, and a plantation which contained 3,250 acres of land. James Pendarvis, the black man, was married to a white woman, Catherine Rum.
And by the way, those 3,200 acres, who do you think they belong to? Or gente? You so-called black man, you so-called black woman. What's going on here? Are you telling me that you guys never enslaved anybody? You telling me that these are all lies?
Pendarvis. Hey, don't get it wrong, guys. Some of y'all that look black as hell are white people. Just like some white people are actually black. And this goes across the board for the so-called Southern Kingdom. Y'all getting it too today. Not as much though, because I'm focusing on so-called Judah and their fake-ass doctrine. Well, let's see here. Praedovitz was a free Negro, but as a white man. Wow. Let's see what else. Let's see. You guys can read the top. In fact, Duke. Furthermore, he was a free person of color and a slave owner. Among according taxes 1786. It's the same thing. Guy, I'm sorry. Let's see. Maybe the bottom. Look, according to the first federal census, Pendervis owned 123 slaves and not 200 as well reported. Whatever. Still, one slave is a lot. Let's continue. Slave owners.
And you see how on paper we would assume that that's a white person? Like on paper, we would assume that's a actual white person, right? But it wasn't.
Yeah, I can get the book. Slave shareholders, right? I think I might have brought this to my palace if I haven't. It just says that, right? So the name of the book is Free Slaveholders. Honestly, I don't want to waste too much time. I'm just proving. I'm proving that these people.
Is there any articles, any list, any book written on the so-called indigenous, the people of the indigenous Americas or indigenous to the Americas, you Hispanics, you Native Indians? Is there any material that shows that we had slaves anywhere? Did we ever have white slaves? Did we ever have black slaves? Not one time. Not one time. But these two nations of people have been going at it for centuries now. We the Hebrews of the Bible, okay? In the Bible, it's mentioned several wars of other nations. I'm going to do a class on one particular one of the North and the South. It's them fighting among themselves. It's in the Bible, so then we could learn, because that means we're going to see this happening, that we're not supposed to be involved with their fight. That's why I am compelling my Native brothers and sisters to get the hell out of those rooms. All praises that you guys are trying to wake up, our people, but you are in for a rude awakening because these men are going to turn on you.
We're not in slavery, as they said they were. Give me a second.
Yeah, man, and that's the problem. Yeah, you got to have clean hands, man. You look, our job is to get rid of the bitterness, focus on building each other up, take care of our families, take care of each other, man, build a nation. In like, for example, when Paul went around and taught the scriptures, he wasn't going to auditoriums, man. He was going to houses. He was going to houses and talking to them about the scriptures. And he was meeting brethren halfway. It's like, all right, man, I understand you coming from that idolatry. Okay, let me show you where you're wrong. Let me show you how we're supposed to do it. Let me show you exactly what the scriptures are saying. And that's pretty much what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to force feed you guys with a lot of stuff, man, because in reality, so many doctrines have separated us for some time. What I'm saying is, here's what the Most High is allowing me to discern. You guys take the material, study it for yourselves, discern it for yourselves, and apply it for yourselves. That's why I'm always that way, okay? You cannot assume anybody has 100% truth, because then that means they're the Messiah. And I am not the Messiah. Neither is ISUPK, neither is IUIC, and no, Nate, you're not John the Baptist, you're not Elijah, you're a Canaanite, okay? And they were not Canaans. They were Israelites.
This is from Black Slaver Owners, right? Maybe it's the same one. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was renaming it incorrectly. Let me take that off. Okay, let me get. Hundreds of Jews exiled from Spain and Portugal followed Bernajo. And there were Jewish pirates in the Caribbean, right? Supposedly. We propose that many of the initial colonists in Virginia, South Carolina, Maryland were of Jewish and Moorish descent.
So that basically means, like, regarding the first, the Webster's Dictionary app that I told you about, the Swarthy, that they were Spanish and Italians. They were dark skinned. They were dark. So these Jewish and Moorish descents, they were both dark skinned, and some were less lighter skinned. Okay, keep that in mind.
Immigration patterns, Virginia 1624. You guys can read all of that. On the bottom it says, refugees arrived in Virginia from England. You see that? They didn't come from Africa. In 1700, several boats of Huguenots. I'm going to do a class on that one. I got some squishes for you. Huguenot refugees, which were, they used in French, arrived in Virginia from England. Many of these persons were likely of Sephardic or Moristic ancestry. This guy, Paul Revere, wasn't a white guy. He was a black guy too. I don't got time to show it. Labrie notes that it was the Huguenots who brought the Jewish Moorish craft of silver working to Massachusetts.
So as you can see, these black people, the Jewish and Moorish, because you know Moors means what? Black, blackamoor, Moor, or black. Okay, so these guys weren't like white people; they were black. They were what? They brought silver. They look. All of these three bear French Sephardic surnames. These guys were in positions of power.
Paul Revere wrote to warn the British rival for the 1770s bore a Sephardic surname. Paul Revere was a black man too. I know y'all. I know this probably is gonna hurt you, black folks, man. But you know what, bro? Y'all for so long told the white man how bad things were. You told the white man how horrible what he did to us, and then I wasn't even hesitant to bring it up either. You guys never held back. In 1496, 4 years after the Inquisition began, Jews were banned from Spain, right? Supposedly. The Sephardic descent, Dutch and Hungarian, German and Swiss settlements of colonial Pennsylvania. Estimated over 100 immigrants from these two countries arrived in the colonial Pennsylvania. So what the hell happened to the thousands and hundreds of...
Hey, Mexican, you're 100% correct, bro. All praise to the Most High for that, because this is the test. We just have to play our part according to where the scriptures, the Spirit moves us, and the scriptures talk about we got to come together. We as a people have to come together. That is the whole culture. That is our heritage, because when they came here, they separated us, so then we could have a individual patriarchal home. Whereas before, we depended on our elders, on our abuelos, on our chiefs, on our leaders for advice, for guidance, for support. We depended on the scriptures. But now we don't. So this is the whole bringing us back to our forefathers, bringing us back, bringing our fathers back to the sons and the sons back to the fathers, man. The scriptures ask for that. Let's go.
Black slaves. From France to Carolinas, we have already made mention, right? Sephardic and Moorish history. Sugar growers.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot over here. Watch
Making
this real
them
quick.
kiss your
Watch this
damn
right here.
boots. His ass either. Acres from.
Now hold up.
This is from White Cargo. And they say these were white guys. They weren't white people. A good point. British colonialization.
Let me see. See here, let me just see. It's just showing that they took 200 men, women, and children from the British Isles to the British America. So like the Haitians, Jamaicans, they're all black. These 200 men were basically African Phoenicians. That's what they were. Were they some white folks in there? Very little, man. Because remember, they were expelled from Europe. Okay, this was the whole point. Let's see. Let me go here. 80,000 left England, Chesapeake to the Caribbeans. Okay, again. All right, let's go.
Right? As
Okay, so here goes now. Now I'm gonna get into the actual the plates. Okay, let's go.
But let me bring it back. Another thing I want to bring up. Remember those books that I told you guys about? All right. Okay. Let's find out what this actually means. See, that's why you have to be very diligent about what you now, because you never know. Oh, that's not it. It's this one. Let's close current tab. Here it is. All right. So this right here is that book I showed y'all. Okay, it holds all the crest, the family traditions. You see, the so-called black man and the so-called white man, they have these traditions. They keep these traditions, and they track them with their crest.
Hey, another point, brothers and sisters. Remember the scriptures talk about that Edom would have the first dukes, right? Well, guess what? In Europe, guess who were the dukes? Black folks. You gotta blow the whistle on that one. Holler at me because something's going on. Something's fishy here. It's not as clear as it once was. How easy it was once. It was how easy was it once when we first had the 12 tribe chart? Like, oh yeah, like, and now it's like, wait a minute, you're dissecting it, and now you're really seeing that there's so many veins, so many branches to this doctrine, and it leads to a dead end, not clarity.
The so-called black man and the so-called white man, making this up. Watch this. So if you go to, let's say, plate 127, right? And then you go to 7. So apparently this particular person, right, is, let's see, the name is Amos. So plate, no, actually, no, I'm going to go here. If I'm at plate 127, let me skip down. Yep. Excuse me, brother. Okay, so the number is 127, number 4, right? Let me make sure that it's correct. 127, is that the number I have? Oh, no, sorry, number 7. So 124, number 7. Hold on a second, guys. God, man, what's going on? Come on, I'm a little tired, guys. It's 129, or 127. No, I got the wrong one. 129, sorry. I always have backwards. 129, 7. This is a famous picture, right? These are famous pictures.
Hey, check it, and then look at this. Look at those. Like, I found this out. This is a famous Amos family. Amos family. Amos family. You see that? Don't you find that kind of interesting now that we're starting to see how they mix with other nations, with the so-called white man? The Amos family comes from like the Cookie family. Okay? A famous family. Foundation of cookies. Famous Amos. This guy. But they're going to tell us, oh, they were enslaved and look how great we became. No. When you create a history and make it seem like it's so fantastic and fabulous, just like the so-called white man, that they make it seem like their children are so highly intelligent and their IQ is so advanced. We've been bamboozled. We've been lied to for some time, brothers and sisters, man. This is called mental eugenics. By them saying and showing that, oh, look, through slavery, even then we were creating things. Oh, look, just 1 century and we just completely passed every other one. Oh, you guys have been here since 1492. And we've been here since 1492 and prior to. And we've withstood everything you guys have thrown at us. And even now that we have the Bible, we're still handling ourselves. Funded by the gold and minerals from the Thea lands. Oh, I guess that's something between y'all. Because unless you're saying something that I might have said and I didn't catch myself. Let me continue.
That y'all show us all the time. the so-called Aboriginals, the so-called Black Hebrew Israelites. And I'm saying that because there's too many facts, and your whole doctrine is destroyed now. Because it wasn't the white man only that did this, and it wasn't a white man that enslaved the so-called Hispanics and Native Indians of indigenous descent, you true Hebrews, right? Because we know there's other mixture. So I'm calling you guys out too. But here, right here, number 7 is called Amos. This person's name is called Amos. Okay. Maybe see if I can move this. Okay. Amos. So who is Amos, right? Amos.
I
Well,
showed you.
Amos
I
is
showed you that
a
already.
Canaanite or Phoenician or a Canaanite crest. Y'all think that this is a picture because some black woman wanted an Israelite felt like, oh, I'm compelled to sit on a crown. No, man. This person is a Canaanite. Remember the book. Y'all can get it yourselves. Look at this one. This is the one that scared me a lot, right? Because I remember seeing this somewhere. And I was like, man, excuse me. I'm like, dude, I've seen that somewhere. I've seen that somewhere, right? Yeah, right here.
Hey guys, do they look like Hebrew pictures? You see the woman with the vampire bat hat and all that? Look at these women with no shirts. Where are the fringes? Huh? Where are the fringes at? Nothing. But I see a lot of crests. Look at that. I see that with the cross.
The so-called black man and the so-called white man, they're very symbolic. Now, you broke ass, you two-time losers, which is what y'all call the white man, right? You two-time Canaanite, two-time loser Canaanites, right? Your elite are the ones that are doing this behind your back, making you believe that you are the true Israelites, and you're not. You're using documentation that they've invented and confuse you guys thinking that, yes, they're Israelites. They're not. Historical facts prove that they're not Israelites. And no Bible ever, there's no prophecy saying that Israel would be the one to submit Esau prior to the return of Yahushua. Anyway, you see that head? It's all symbolic. This woman, this black, so-called black woman that y'all love, that's a Canaanite. That's a Canaanite. Let's go to another one. Oh, remember the one where it says that they would cut your head off and leave it in a stick? Those are Canaanites. They always bring their customs wherever they go. Wherever they go, there's sodomy and confusion. All right? Number 3, 34:3. 34:1. What are their names? Well, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because y'all can look this up and you can see these are not Hebrew Israelites. They said it themselves. They're Canaanites. They keep records of these things. This book right here, look, I'm not telling you. I'm not lying to you. Royal Book of the Crest of Great Britain and Ireland, Dominion of Canada.
This is why I went back in history to show you guys, because if I would have just showed you this, they would have been like, well, that doesn't prove anything. Well, that's what I'm saying. I went back to show you that it was the Phoenicians who were there from a while, and they kept records of all of the crest. Well, of course, the white man wanted to copy them, so they continued the whole trend. But it seems to me like they were the first dukes. Edom were the dukes. It's getting very interesting, family.
You guys boastfully show us these things. You say that we ruled Europe. Okay, fine. Where's the circle year? Okay, watch this. This right here, this is a damn lie. Because we know for a fact that y'all were included in this. You had to create these particular designs in order for you to get rid of Israel.
Psalms 83
it's demonic
says,
stuff, man. Y'all don't even know it. I thought you said you were prophetic. I thought y'all knew the Bible. I thought you were scholars. You mean to tell me you couldn't find this information? Look at this. Heinrich. Aren't these the Nazis? You can go on and on and on and on with that book, honestly, and it won't end. So, you know, it's like, oh, watch this real quick. I'm going to show you this quick. Look, this is how symbolic it is, and you guys are, I'm sorry, man, y'all are stupid. Y'all are dumb. You don't even realize what you're pushing and peddling, man. You're destroying your own doctrine, to be honest with you. You destroyed your own doctrine with this crap. Let's see, hold up. Let me see if I can get this out the way. I want to get right. That's not a white man. Let's see, draw your face. So the plate is 90. This right here, that's symbolic. Okay, listen to me, guys. Remember this. I don't even have time to look for it because this is too slow. The plate is 96. The number is 4. Okay, the plate is 96, and the number is 4.
Let's look at it real quick. 96 and the number's 4. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Give me a second. Hold on. PDF. All right, hold on. Let's see. Gather. Geography. Family names. I think is this one. No, it's not it. It's the other book. Family names. Ireland. Give me a second. Okay, it's the other one. Okay, let me see which one it is.
Let's see, draw your face. Too slow. The plate is 96. The number is 4.
All right, 96 and the number 4. Ah, look at that. Look at that, guys. You see what I'm saying? It's the same logo. Exactly the same logo. Look. 94, 96.4. Look, you see that right there? It's missing these, right? It's missing these. But isn't this the eagle of America? Right? Isn't this the American flag? Look. It's the same thing. All right, let's
Okay,
continue.
the plate is 96, and the number is 4. Let's see, draw your face. Watch this. From the One West camp, including the helmet, the crown, the 2 wings, right? Now, but it does have a shield, and then these other ones. So when you see the arrow and these olives, I believe, it's just showing that there's nations involved. And it talks about
Hey, at that time, I didn't even realize it, man. But this is the American flag right here. This is basically the eagle on the dollar bill. And this is the Phoenician crest. Sodom and Egypt.
3 nations. I don't got time to look for it because I know who you guys are anyways. Y'all brothers and sisters, you can do the due diligence to start doing the homework on these particular things, okay? So at the end of the day, man, we got to find out exactly what the difference is. So obviously, we need to make sure we know who the damn wicked heathens are. All right? So what's the difference between being a wicked-ass heathen? Or
Hey, you know, this reminds me, man. I remember seeing a video where they were claiming that I have the book. These guys claim that the 13 colonies were created by black folks. Well, guess what? I think we just confirmed it. Because look at where they're getting the American flag from. And look at the olives and then the arrows. I'm telling you, man. I'm going to dig into that, brothers and sisters. I'm going to dig into that. I may even just follow up on that class tonight. All right? So let me see if I can continue. Let's keep going.
an Israelite that is going through the curses. You can tell by their fruits. I'm gonna tell you something, right? And this is actual fact. You guys can look it up. Psychologists have done this. Women of each nationality, they tend or usually are a reflection of their men. Not 100% of the cases, but worldwide, it's typically the case. Okay, worldwide. So whoever says that's not true, y'all don't travel enough. Okay, y'all don't travel enough. Sirach chapter 26, 23. Man, time to get some scriptures out again. Sirach 26, 23. I'm gonna go a little quicker because time's flying. Let me see. Hold up a second. 26, 23. 36, 23. It says, "A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord." I'm gonna tell y'all something. In these camps, it is well known that the so-called Northern Kingdom sisters are usually not the ones having the issues regarding marriage. They're usually not. Again, their women are a reflection of who they are. If you look like a so-called black man and you're not you're a true Hebrew Israelite, and what I'm saying resonates with you, and you got your emotions set aside, do some due diligence on yourself, brother. Because I'm gonna tell you something.
And you know what? I'm gonna say this, and it's because we got it. So-called Northern Kingdom got that. You don't think we had to examine ourselves to see if we were really Hebrews? And yes, we did. So now it's your turn.
I'm a so-called Hispanic, and it was not easy going through a thorough examination to see if I'm a real Israelite, because we've all gone through it. Okay, so let's see. Abortions. 74% of abortions were performed in black mothers worldwide. They're the most. Okay, y'all make up your minds on this. Watch this. Lately, I've been watching this, and it's like, man, I can't believe it again and again. Oh, by the way, the brother that does, the individual that does this, because I don't know if he's my brother, honestly, sincerely, no disrespect to you. Thank you for doing this, man. These are excellent. It's a lot of edification, and it just allowed me to teach my daughters like the kind of shit that's out there. All right, so thank you again. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles.
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
What's your body count?
Are you gonna post this on TikTok?
No, probably not.
74? 74?
What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many...
Hey guys, the reason I play this video, man, is because I just cannot wrap my mind around this whole body count thing, man. Like 717 people in 1 year. Man, 84, 74. Man, like, do you realize what that does to your spirit? Do you know how many? I can't even wrap my mind around that.
Guys, she's with multiply it by 3, and that's the real number. And I make it 34 in 12, I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number.
Yeah, don't they say King James was also black, and now they push this doctrine where the Judah. Sorry, I knew. No, I saw good. Yeah, I mean, they say that, but he was a Phoenician. That's the thing. He was a Phoenician. He was never an Israelite. So then they use, oh yeah, King James was an Israelite. He authorized the Bible. No, man. He was a black African man of Canaanite or Tyree descent. One of the, whatever branch he's coming out of, okay? One of them. The Philistines more likely. Phoenicians, Philistines, or Canaanites. One of them, okay? Because they're all the Canaanites are here, and we're dealing with the Philistines, and then the I believe the Hagarenes, Gabal, Psalms 83 said that, and then Judges 3:5. Let's see, yes, Estudiante until all Mexicans are Issachar just for them to run as Judah. Yeah, man. Not only that, they put all Issachar like on the so-called Issachar on the bottom. You notice how they're like on the bottom, on the bottom, on the bottom. It's a psychological thing, bro. Hey, look, I even asked somebody, if that's the case, then why is the tribe of Issachar tents right next to Judah's? Zebulon is right next to Judah, and Issachar is right next to Judah. Why? And it says that Issachar is a man of understanding that knows what Israel ought to do. That means that they were studying the scriptures more, because you don't really hear about Issachar being a warrior nation. You basically hear them more of like, you know, they're the worker type, right? But then they also are the lawgivers. Why come they don't teach that? Because it doesn't benefit their doctrine. They want power. It's like, if the black man don't prophesy, then it ain't legitimate. Hey man, I can tell.
By 3, and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body count?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
It.
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Most question?
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope. That's dope.
Two. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Not 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys, she's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
How old are you?
I'm not gonna tell you.
All right. You know, today everybody getting it, bro. Watch this.
Yeah, and remember I told you guys about the Carthaginians? Okay, well, watch this. This is just not happening with the so-called black folks and so-called white folks. This is also the people that look like us. Look at this, man. This is just ridiculous.
By the way, Cartagena is in Colombia, and it means Carthaginian. Okay, y'all look it up. Watch this. I'm telling you, man, y'all can't go by that chart anymore, bro. You black people are white, and you white people are black. And the people that look like me are not my people. And the people that don't look like me may be my people. And this is actually good, because now this requires some serious examination. Because it's so easy to somebody say, hey, look, man, God looks like you, brother. We suffered so much, brother. The white man did this to us, brother. And if you're a simple ass-minded one, you're going to believe it. And you're going to blame them. But little did they tell you that they actually had a lot of part to do with it. That your ancestors enslaved the natives of here. So you damn stupid aboriginals, right? Who say, oh, look, we ruled Europe. Oh, look, we were here in America. So what are you saying? The black people enslaved each other? That's stupid.
Hey, I'm Ryan Duffy. We're here in New York City. We actually just got back to the States. We spent some time down in Colombia, where we found out that some of the locals, they fuck donkeys.
Yeah, by the way, excuse the language, guys. Kids aren't listening to this.
Hey, this is a real thing down there.
We're on the Caribbean here in Cartagena, Colombia.
Bueno, no es un mito, es una realidad. La mayoría de los hombres de la zona norte de Colombia usualmente tienen su primera relación sexual con una burra.
Los hombres primero prefieren experimentar en una burra que en una mujer.
No sé qué placer encontrarán en ello, pero bueno, esa es su decisión, ¿no?
A los 14 años tuve yo la primera relación con una burra. Claro, en el desarrollo. Los médicos le recomendaban burra anteriormente. La burra lo ayuda a partir los puntos y lo ayuda a desarrollar. Semanalmente, todos los domingos nos íbamos para la ciénaga y allá en el monte cogíamos la burra.
That spirit is everywhere.
Hey, that means that they would run a train on a donkey, man. Wow. You see, called Cartagena. Why? Oh, all leads to Rome, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. All leads to Africa.
That's what the scriptures talk about. Not don't doing that, right? But again, man, you know, I'm pointing this out because, quite frankly, when you look at the Dominion and the issues that are going on, and who was the most vicious propagandizer of all of this, it's you guys, man. So again, What's a curse of Deuteronomy, and what's revenge by the Most High for His people? Most of them black and white, and I'm sure there's some Hispanic. But again, I'm telling you, man, there may be some of my people there, right? But some of y'all that are white are black, and some of y'all that are black, that you are so hardcore on yourselves, are white. Etta James, Beyonce, Bob Marley, W.E. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, all of white fathers. But they could have been a black fathers because their dad could have probably been white too, or black. It's all confusing, right?
And listen, family, the reason I show this is because if you think about it, right, this isn't the time to be in this state of mind. We're pretty much almost like at the dear end. So what do you think is going on? If the Most High ain't waking you up and you're in this state of mind, that means it's not a curse. That means it's a what? Payback. 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 Because these spirits might have done something to our spirits. And now they're paying back because we were the zombies. We were in this state, this type of state of mind. Not as much anymore.
Yes. You will know a Hebrew by its fruits.
Yo, this is America, man. This is here. And they consider every other country third world, right? Look at this. And this is mostly white and black folks. Mostly.
Again, whoever did the video, man, I appreciate the information.
Hey, I'm gonna have to blow the whistle again for that one. Praise the great I am.
Yeah. Man, this content is only for educational and edifying purposes. I know some of y'all gonna think that I'm racist, man, but you know what, dude? This is not racism, man. This is truth. Y'all killed my people. You're damn right. You're damn right. I got righteous hate. And you lied to us. Why couldn't you just say the truth?
Hey, you know, that bothered me more than anything. That is the one thing that bothers me, man. I've always said this since I was young, and I cannot remember how young I was, and I came up with this, and I think I did, or I don't know, I must have heard it somewhere, but I said, I'd rather know the truth than sit on a lie. Don't lie to me. So I was lied to. We've been lied to. We, Hispanics and natives, have a very humble spirit, and we embrace the hardship. We'll embrace it with you. But when we find out that you've been full of it and you've been part of it, then now you're asking for it. Now you're woken up the sleeping giant, which is happening right at this very moment, right at this time. That's why you hear Irving and all these yay and yeah. But we're waking up. So once we start waking up, you're going to start seeing them run. You'll see.
Why couldn't you just tell us that these things did happen and let us decide? Why hold it back? Why have a narrative? Y'all are scholars and you couldn't tell us this? By the way, this means something here. You know, this means something. And those people that say, "Oh, I don't watch these things because, you know, there's a curses." No, there's a scripture, and I don't want to bring it out yet. The scripture that says, "Any child of God that keeps a commandment, there ain't no damn enchantment that can destroy us."
So what nation of people is pushing this propaganda? Most of this propaganda, you just consider what nation of people is doing this?
Or didn't do anything to us. But this is giving you a hint, guys. They're in play. They're in cahoots with each other.
Okay, let's try it.
Watch it I want it to stick, guys. Watch it. Listen, it's the black man with the devil, and he's red. And you know what they said about him? They're giving you a hint.
Okay, let's try.
Call me by your name, even if you're lying, right? You know exactly what that means. Anyhow, let's continue. Let me get go to this one real quick. Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 4. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you Hispanics of Hebrew descent, right? Or Native Indians, so-called. You're probably thinking like, well, you're saying all this, Emmanuel, but man, they keep filling in those churches, those camps, bro. Like, I don't know, man. Northern Kingdom ain't, so-called Northern Kingdom ain't waking up. Ezekiel 3:4, it says, and he said unto me, Son of man, go, get thee unto the house of Israel, you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians of Hebrew descent, of the indigenous descent, right? And you so-called black man or black woman, that is our people that happen to mix with the heathenish Canaanite nation. You're gonna have to swallow that pill seriously, guys. The so-called Northern Kingdom already did that. For thou art not sent to a people of strange speech and of hard language, but to the house of Israel. Why? Not too many people of strange speech and of hard language, whose words thou cannot understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. That's why you see a lot of Canaanites in those camps. So-called the Israelites, the real Israelites. It says why? But the house of Israel will not hearken unto me, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-headed. And
so don't stress too much on that, brethren. That's why I read that scripture, because when I first saw it, I'm like, man, I don't know. You know what I mean? That was something in my mind. But then as I started seeing, like, wait a minute, Israel's very cabezones. But who's cabezones? You so-called natives and you so-called Hispanics. When I say indigenous, I mean indigenous to the Americas. All right, we're not like native like that. I'm talking about the Hebrew ones. All right. So I knew at that moment, like, that's right. If we would have gone to the other nations, they would have hearkened. No wonder they're like, oh, filling in, but yet they cannot figure it out. They can't even wrap their mind around just being even modest. Just basic instructions. They're having a hard time. So that tells me a lot.
Very true. The so-called Hispanics, we are like that. We're very hard-headed. You know what I'm saying? Now,
shoot, we're crawling for miles to go to pray to some so-called Queen of Heaven that is in the Bible and says not to do it. And they read it and they do it again. Man.
Remember, should I bring this out? Yeah, I'm going to bring it out. Why not? Remember that heathen? That critical race theory heathen? Even though the documentation is there that none of this happened, now you want to go blame our people.
The most surprising to readers is the one by Harvard historian Taya Miles on settler colonialism, Indian removal, and how the 5 so-called civilized tribes also engaged in chattel slavery. I knew we needed to have an essay that dealt with Indian removal, but we had to find the right ones.
Hey, you know that Harvard lady, right? You see her at the store, you would think, oh, she seems so nice. She looks so nice. Look at her nice face. Oh, she's just a friendly face. Yeah. Don't they say the same thing about the white man? Don't they say that iron rusted it and then you actually see who he really is? So that nice so-called face has real hatred for a gente. This woman too.
She hates white folks, and yet you are white, and she hates our people. Man.
Why didn't you bring up information about your people enslaving my people, damn it? Stupid. So it's clear,
I was still
guys.
very angry at that
IUIC, GMA.
with what I was finding because it was very painful. It was very painful. You know, you open your mind, you open your heart, your house to some of these so-called brothers of yours, and then they find out that now you know why they were the way they were. They were some wicked men, man. It's like, wow. You know, I wasn't the only one that even found that out, unfortunately.
SISUPK, Fopi, Sakari, every single one of you One West camps out there. You are part of these nations that the Bible speaks about. That's why you guys are the way you are. Again, you guys call the white man evil, heathenish, oppressor, mutilator, killer of people. Remember, man, I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. Okay? God knows what they're thinking in their minds. And see by his dressing, that's a British.
I've showed y'all that before. It's just like an old picture, right? Of like basically of the so-called white man, the so-called black man. And you see this called like a debutante. And you see, this is French. That's a French uniform. Okay. So you're talking about 1700s. And he was over here mixing with the other nations. Look at them, all of them back there, man. They're all mixing with these people. So you so-called black man that says you don't look like the African, and that's why you're not the Africans. It's because you mix with white folks, but you really are Africans. You know, and it's like, I mean, honestly, man, I'm just over it. And I think this is going to be the last class that I really do on this topic. I just wanted to finish it off because of my corrupt paper file. All right.
Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it right quickly. So-called black man, the so-called white man are part of this. They're in it. There's no denying it. Now, you simple peons that don't understand that your elite leaders who destroyed my people, a good portion of them, you don't understand it. You can't wrap your mind around it. But yet it's so easy for you to tell the white man.
So in this case is what I was saying regarding if you like they're playing this game with us. If you step on a white one, you're done. Black one, you're done. This is the only options. It's always been about these two nations of people in our continent playing out a novela. And one's blaming the other, and the other one's not saying anything, but they're both attached to the hip. Look, first they came with this image, now they came with this one. They're both images. And they say, why is the white man having images? And then they go, well, we're having images because we want to show that the black God looks like you. Well, the Bible says don't make any images.
You little peons. The elite did this to you guys. So if you have an image in your head, guess what?
Here, I mentioned this point. Listen to this.
20. Why? Like Yahweh Shai said, sin starts in the mind. It's not in the action. So if you have an image in your head, guess what? It's like a photograph. The moment you see it for the first time, you never forget. And I'm going to tell y'all straight up, when you pray, I'm sure you think of that face.
No, not sure. You do. You do, because we were indoctrinated by the so-called white man. And you know damn well that when y'all prayed and you were younger and you thought about God and you're thinking, Jesus. And now when you come into the truth, you're like, oh, damn, get the thought away from me. So then now you have to work on getting rid of both images. You see what I'm saying? And that's the seal, man. The seal. That's the image in your mind. Is that the Most High that you have in your mind? Watch this. It's not about some injection, man. Like, that's silly. They think it's all carnal. It's not.
It ain't going blank. Come on, man. Psalms 49. I'm almost done. Psalm 49, because this is a reality. This is exactly what you guys are doing. I'm going to prove it too, of your own documentation. Psalm 49, verse 10. For he seeth the wise man die, likewise the fool and the brightest person perish, and leave their wealth to others. So all these last names, the Hamptons, the Johnsons, the Dublins, the Matthews, the Hills, all of those were not last names that a white man put on your asses. Those were your last names. Their inward thoughts is that their houses shall continue forever. And their dwelling places to all generations, they call their lands after their names. So Africanus, Septimius, and what's the other guy? The Americanus, whatever. That was you guys. You can't lie to me anymore. Now we know that it was not just the white Europeans, man, that robbed, raped, murdered, pillaged, worse, raped our daughters, cut them in half, raped our women, our grandmothers. You raped our sisters. I have material that shows that the Maroons, which is weird, it's from Black Indians. I think I'm going to show it. It shows that the Maroons would kidnap Africans and also Indians. So who's the Hebrew? Y'all are silly people, man. Y'all are silly people. This entire time, this was your plan. I'm going to show y'all. In that damn book you guys bring all the time. You bring it out all the damn time. What's it called? The Jew, a Negro. Right? That book. You know, study of the Jewish ancestry.
I showed you guys that book, and it talks about how they knew of this place right here. Diodorus Siculus, okay? So the website, in case y'all didn't catch it on my last class, is this one right here. So you go here. Diodorus Siculus Library. It's called top o or topostext.org/work/133. And you go to 5.19 first, okay? And that's where it talks about that particular part. That's where they actually got it from. You see, these silly doves, right? These Canaanites, they go off and provide information, and they think that people don't read. Well, you so-called Hispanics, guess what? Mr. Blackman, we do read, okay? We do read. Please put them in a book, because we do read, and we read thoroughly. So watch this. You read through here, and it shows that they knew of this place. They seen how the inhabitants lived. They saw wild animals, the manner of beasts, well-supplied water, game, extravagant homes, luxury. The islands were beautiful, fish, character. They knew of this place, which is why when they're reading this here, it says that the Carthaginians told everybody not to go there because they wanted it to be in case they needed to leave their soil. You can always go back to this. I'm just trying to rush it because I know that you brothers and sisters have a lot of other things to do, and I'm going long on this class. I'm almost done.
You know,
well, plus there's a video I want to show you at the end. That's I think we need to hit it. We need to see it.
I don't even have to say it. Deuteronomy 28:48. It says, Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. And in want of all things, who's teaching us this image of a damn heathenist black Jesus?
Or white one still, for that matter.
Who's been lying to us about everything? These people. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. Yahweh came with the nation. You so-called black man, you came with that evil nation. You came with that image. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor shall favor to the young. Y'all already know Bartolome de las Casas. I don't got to read it because y'all read it themselves.
And I read to you guys yesterday regarding Habakkuk. In case you guys don't know, Habakkuk was quoted in the Golden Age in a book called The Golden Age. He was quoted. They said the same thing about the Phoenicians. Habakkuk was basically referring to the Phoenicians. He was not talking about, let's say, the Edomites. Okay? He wasn't. Habakkuk 1:5, it says, Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. Watch this real quick. I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Let's see. Hold on for a second. Where are you? Okay. Here it goes right here. Let me go. All right. I'm just gonna read it to you. I'm gonna read this first, and then I'm gonna read that. Okay. So this was written in 700. This particular statement reference was written in 711, somewhere on that time. Habakkuk prophesied this in 600 BC. We see it again in 2020, 1300 years each time, and it reads. Watch this. It reads. The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by European scholar who sympathized with Christian Spain, meaning the white people. The reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone like burning candles. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. Okay? Now, if you read below, you see that it's other riders were not of the opinion that the conquest of Spain and Portugal was a disaster. These whites in those Iberian countries were not viewed in favorable light. So as you can see, this statement wasn't because the white man came and conquered black people. No, this statement is saying that the black man did this to the white folks, and that their horses were swift as leopards, and they were fiercer than wolves. Okay, so watch this. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come up from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. As the eagle that hasteth to eat. So guess what? These people here, that wasn't Habakkuk, wasn't talking about Esau or the so-called white man. He was talking about the so-called black Phoenicians. Now we know what's going on. Let's continue.
You guys did this. This is why when you try to break this down, it don't apply to your doctrine, because you couldn't be in Europe and this applied to you when you knew these damn heathens. You couldn't be in 70 AD because the Romans were in charge, were basically their territory. I mean, shit, man, who ordered Jehovah to die?
Sorry about that, guys.
Obviously, the wicked-ass Hebrews, but at the same time, it was who? Pontius Pilate. Oh, a language. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemy. Y'all are forgetting already, man. Jeremiah 17:4, it says, and thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage which I gave to thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies. That's how. In the land which thou knowest not, they took us all everywhere. That whole bullshit, excuse my language, that they took Africans from Africa, we read that none of y'all were out of there. I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. How does somebody forget who they are? Chattel slavery, heathen woman, U1619, critical theory. That's why I understand now what the so-called white man is just mad, because y'all are full of shit. Excuse my language, man, but this is y'all took this personal with me. You made it seem like this was normal, and you supported it. I was in these camps, and they're like, hey, yeah, there's our people. We all look black at one point. Y'all are potentially Canaanites. You may be our people. Why do you think? Watch this. How Native American slaveholders complicated the Trail of Tears, right? We also get this. How Native American slaveholders complicate the Trail of Tears narrative. When you think of Trail of Tears, you imagine a long procession of suffering, Cherokee Indians, forced wealth.
And see, this is what pisses me off. The nerve of them, man. Our Native brothers and sisters, bro, honestly, we know how destroyed they got. And they're still suffering with a lot of addiction and suicide and abortion. Our sisters are destroyed. And you guys have the nerve, and let me use a black word, the audacity to then now slap slavery on us. Yeah, because they're our people. So that's us. You mess with them, you mess with us.
By a villainous Andrew Jackson. Perhaps you envision blah, 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 right? What you probably don't picture is a Cherokee slaveholder. For most among the Cherokees, Jeff, Chief John, what you probably don't picture are numerous African-American slaves.
Hey, that all praises, brother. They push all hate, but Proverbs 11:1 says, the Lord abhorred dishonest scales, but an accurate weight is his delight. I think I took out Deuteronomy 23 yesterday, and it was talking about measuring everything at its weight. Everything, whether what you learn, how you deal with people, how you handle situations, how you handle life, how you handle, let's say, for example, you should know what your end results will be. A prudent, wise man and woman will know what the results will be. Not always, but you tend to position yourself so then you can have a positive result. That is what the scriptures will do for us people. Okay. Now, if you are not a Hebrew, you will not wrap your mind around that. But that's an excellent scripture, brother. And says, all praises to the Most High God, honestly, man, because quite frankly, I don't deserve to be here. After everything I've done, I'm just glad that he's even given me a chance to breathe. All praises to the Most High for that.
Turkey owned, who made the brutal march themselves. That's why the stupid bro said that. I'm sorry, man. You know, you do this to my people. And you go around saying, Northern Kingdom, you guys are silly doves. Yeah, but you guys are damn wicked ass liars, man.
This is one that will probably be.
This is the narrative, right? They're saying, oh, we're the same people, but at the same time, no, we're not the same people. And we're going to show you why this is happening. Remember what we read before? If the people start reminding, let me get it.
Listen, pay attention to that. We're the same people. We're not the same people. We're the same people. We're not the same people. Oh, the children of Israel are black people. Oh, but you know, your Hispanics are Israel too. Oh, but it's Judah that has to prophesy. You Hispanics are silly doves. Oh, Judah's the top tribe. There's no good northern king. Isn't that what Nate the snake says that? He says that. There's no good northern king. Well, how do you know who the northern kingdom is and who the southern kingdom is, silly dubs? Just because you black and you got afro? Nah, man, it don't work like that. And because you're loud don't make you right either. Y'all don't know the Bible. You guys don't know the Bible. You actually are speaking to a real Hebrew. And he's going to prove to y'all how the Bible's supposed to be broken down. And we're going to start this year and from on. Lord willing, he continues to allow me in his walk.
Yeah, let's get it. Excuse me. Sorry, language here. Hold up. I remember this. Give me a second. We read it earlier.
On settler colonial.
Forget it. Let me just play this.
Most surprising to readers is the one by Harvard historian Taya Miles on settler colonialism, Indian removal, and how the 5 so-called civilized tribes also engaged in chattel slavery. I knew we needed to have an essay that dealt with Indian removal, but we had to find the right ones.
Really? These people may not be our people.
Was by identifying themselves.
But look at how they changed this. This is you so-called black man, you so-called white man, right? The white man, oh, they're the victims. Nah, you guys are the victims. You guys play the role. Poor me, look at me.
Hey, look at what it says up there. We are indigenous. We are indigenous, and this land is our land. Time to take back what is ours. A black person. Oh my God, you guys really don't know where you fit in. I guess that's why you have that slang. You fit in. You get in where you fit in. Is that why you guys say that?
Oh my God! Look up.
Calls the moment. Indians couldn't vote, so he went up to the State House and he says, "It's on the charter that the Indians can't vote." He says, "Your voting ain't changed."
See? Listen, guys, they're not done with their iniquity. These so-called black and so-called white Europeans, they're the rulers of darkness. All this is order. Again, remember, Psalms 83, right? Everybody's like, oh, who's Edom? Who's Moab? Well, we know who Edom is. We know who Moab is. We know who Ammon is. We know who the Ishmaelites are. But who are the damn Canaanites that are in there? There's 4 of those guys. There's 1 of each nation, and there's 4 of those individuals, right? 4 of them. 4 of them, nothing to take lightly. If you are a man of war, you understand what that means. Psalms 10 and 10. He croucheth and humbleth himself, that the poor may fall by his strong ones. He had said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hid his face. He will never see me. Arise, O Lord, O God, lift up thy hand. Forget not the humble. Right? Let me go to Job real quick. Job chapter 12, verse 16. With him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his, or as well. So you so-called Hispanics that are offended by me saying these things, like, oh, that's my brother, how can you say that? The deceiver is with the deceived. You either get it or you don't.
Listen, that's a heavy scripture. The deceiver is with the deceived. So leave them alone. One or two or three admonitions, brothers and sisters. You let your brethren know, and if they don't, move on. Because maybe they are Canaan. Maybe they are Esau. Maybe. Or maybe they're just a reprobate that ain't gonna get it. Remember, the wheat and the tares. So we got tares among us. So when I was in these camps, they told me the same thing. One brother said, hey man, I understand. But that's why the scripture says the wheat and the tares. Well, guess what? When I'm in those rooms, I couldn't save my spirit if even I could try, because I was falling into my folly. So I had to leave those rooms, and all praises to the Most High that I found out what my folly still was, and I understood now how to deal with it. And I didn't need to go to AA or these other rooms. I needed to stay in the Bible. And you brothers and sisters are helping me stay sober as well. So this is what I mean. Like, that's my necessity. But not everybody needs it the same way. Others need it for whatever they're lusting over. I don't know, adultery or gambling or some other addiction. You know what I'm saying? We all have one, and I say it in Spanish because it's well known. We all have something called un lado flaco, the very slim one where you have like, oh my God, you cannot resist that temptation. We all know it. You know it. And only you and the Most High needs to deal with it. And you have to deal with it, or you'll never get through this.
Because I'm being neutral. I'm not favoring anybody. I know that people that look like me, that smell like me, that eat my food, that dress like me, that probably have the same fanaticisms in regards to certain things that we prefer, that like literally, but they're not our people. And that's why when I look back and I think about the classes I did regarding like how the wickedness of these damn people killing our people regarding drugs, it's because they're not our people. A true Hebrew would not do that. Not at this time. Especially now that we're almost at the end. Psalms 10:10. Oh, I read that already. My bad. Psalms 10:7. Sorry. It says, his mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity. We see that. Okay? Because watch this. Remember that picture? And I'm just going to read this because I want to make sure that you know. Remember, guys, you need to read between the lines and deeper. Job 3:4. Yea, and what have you to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coasts of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your head? Will I return your recompense upon your head? Because you, black man, have taken my silver and my gold and have carried into your temples my holy pleasant things. And I'm calling you guys out because you said that these guys, these black people in Europe are your people. I have shown you that they're not. And I'm gonna seal it with one more thing. And I'm almost done. It says, the children of Judah, I'm sorry, because ye have taken my silver, my gold, and have carried into your temples my goodly pleasant things. It's just not materialistic things. It's our people. You damn bastard. You damn heathen. Look at you guys, man. Y'all saying, what that girl say? Oh, our suffering. Oh, poor me. P. Look.
Have they ever brought up any of these pictures up? Have you ever mentioned that they've actually had it like this? Hey, look at these people over here. They're I don't know if they're white or not. Maybe there are people. I don't know. But they sure as hell don't look black. You guys are black, and you guys, and remember, you call yourselves black because that's not even a color. Actually, black is a shade. Okay? It's not a color. Stop saying black is a color. Black is a shade. God. Anyhow, all of these folks here in the back. Look, this guy's even fancy and with his glasses, probably looking down at the servants like, oh, look at these damn natives, or look at these crackers. And you see these women, the white man, the black man, the white woman, the black woman. Y'all been doing this for years. This is nothing new. It's nothing new, but we are being falsely taught because, like this brother, like Estudiante said, they paint a picture of themselves that they had nothing to do with slavery, that the white man has always enslaved black people. That's not true. Not at all, by far.
You got white slaves. Maybe they're not even white slaves. Maybe there are people. You know what I mean? Like, who knows what you guys have done? This is the Matrix, guys. The Matrix. The children of Judah. Oh, my bad. The children of Judah and the children of Israel. And by the way, y'all so-called Judah, y'all need to stop calling yourselves that. You're not. You're not Judah. You're a fake ass damn West camp. You guys are Edomite. You guys are Canaanites, and we're.
Hey, I'm gonna call it out right now. And I had a conversation with one particular brother. I'm gonna show you something real quick. All right. It says here, Jeremiah chapter 7:18. Now, Jeremiah was prophesying to Judah. Okay. Jeremiah 7:1, it says, the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, stand in the gates of the Lord's house and proclaim there this word, and say, hear the word of the Lord, are ye of Judah, that enter at the gates to worship the Lord. Verse 18. Watch what it says. The children gather wood, the fathers kindle fire, and the women knead their dough, to make cakes to the queen of heaven, to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. Chapter 47:17 says the same thing. The queen of heaven. Verse 18 says the same thing. But since we left off to burn incense to the queen of heaven, to pour out drink offerings to her, we have wanted all things and have consumed the sword and have been consumed by the sword, by famine. Watch this. Who worships the queen of heaven? Who worships the queen of heaven? The so-called Mexicans. The so-called Mexicans worship the queen of heaven. And here it says that Judah worships the queen of heaven. Well, the Aztecs were actually keeping the laws of God with the sacrificial aspects as well. So am I saying Mexicans are Judah? No. But I find it very ironic that only Judah worshiped the queen of heaven. And we know who is worshiping the queen of heaven. And I'm going to tell you something. I used to box, right? And I got to a pretty decent level. The one of the best fighters in the world are either so-called Puerto Ricans or so-called Mexicans. And then obviously you have the so-called blacks. You got to wonder about those things. This is the queen of heaven. Judah worships the queen of heaven, have always been worshiping the queen of heaven. I'm just saying. Anyhow, there are some brothers here in the channel that believe that too. So just throwing it out there. I'm going to continue to dissect that because I just find it rather interesting that not when West Camp does not even mention that. They ignore it. Not one time have you ever heard of the so-called black man worshiping the queen of heaven. When? When nowadays? Here, in the last 500 years, they don't even know who the queen of heaven is. But that is, remember the scriptures say past, present, future?
Showing right here, right now. The children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem, ye have sold unto the Grecian. You, Tyre and Zidon, you see that handshake, that presentation? You pass us over to them. The Civil War was based on.
Yeah, you see, same in Aruba, right? I'm telling you, man. So you cannot go up and say, oh, well, the 12th church says we're in a. No, you cannot. No. Okay, tell me when you guys have been worshiping the Queen of Heaven. Tell me when. I want to know. And that's why it also says in Zechariah 14:21 that the house of Judah will not have any Canaanites in it. So I wonder, and we know that there's a lot of black people in Mexico on the coast. I wonder.
That. And I'm going to continue with my class so you guys can see. These damn Canaanites. Y'all sold us to the white man. Since the days of Joshua, y'all have hated us. And yes, I'm talking about the majority of you so-called black people of the nation of Tyre, because you know that some of our, well, first of all, I'm going to say this. I know that some of y'all are our people, okay? You got tricked into sleeping with this damn dirty-ass heathens, right? Just like Esau did to our people. You don't think I have my sister? She married a damn Edomite. Now, is he our people? I honestly, man, I've already dealt with his spirit. He's not. There's just some people you know damn well they're not Hebrews, man. Yeah, we're Phoenicians. Let me prove it now. Enough talk. And you guys can debunk what I say. Debunk what I say. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to kill anybody's spirit. All I want is the truth. Ezekiel 27:12. Tarshish.
And listen, guys, I really mean that, okay? Who are the Caribs, brother? I don't, that right there, I don't know, man. I don't know, miss. I don't know, honestly, because I'm not trying to get too much into the tribal part, because that's not salvation. I'm mentioning things in order to reset ourselves again, because we've been indoctrinated from the white man, and then we got indoctrinated for a couple years from the black man. Luckily, we didn't get too involved. So now we can sit back and actually take a step and say, you know what? I need to reassess everything that I've been being taught, because everything in the Bible is there for a reason. So I wondered it. Well, who worships the Queen of Heaven this very day? The so-called Mexicans. And then you've mentioned the people in Aruba as well. See, I didn't know that. The Caribs are Indians from the Caribbeans. Yeah, well, actually, one of the reports I also saw that a lot of the people in the Caribs came from like that corner in Venezuela and all that. But then again, those are historical aspects that I'm not an expert, so I'm not even going to touch on it like that. So let me continue with the class, and I'm going to use the restroom real quick, fellas. And brothers and sisters, hold on.
Was thy merchant by the reason of the multitudes of all kinds of riches, with silver, iron, tin, and lead, they traded in thy fairs. This is talking about who? Tyre. And don't fall for that trap that the Ezekiel 28 is the white man. It's not. It's Tyre. And I'm going to tell you something. This whole prophecy in regards to destruction, Esau is going to die because he was our brother. And he sold us out. He backstabbed us. You don't do that. If you're a so-called Hispanic man, you know damn well what that means. Bro, that's loyalty. You don't do that. But the Canaanites are said and often mentioned in several chapters. Y'all like to say that, oh, no, it's the Esau. It's not, man. It's you guys. Okay, let's prove it now. Tarshish and tin. Remember these particular pages? Remember? Existence in Britain because of tin, right? Remember this? Same book. As well situated for trades, Britain. 10, right? Look, watch this. I'm not lying. I think I'm kidding. I think it's, oh, no, that's a white man. No, let's find out. Let's find out if it's the white man. It says, Father would have suffered him to have been guilty of so black ingratitude. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe like lacking gratitude for himself. Openly to avoid so black a treason. I'm not even checked on that. Let me just see. Speckled with, oh, here it goes. The prince was a middle stature, but very, very fat. Looked shorter than he was. His hair a deep yellow, inclined to red. His eyes 2 different colors, speckled with small black spots. He was generally a very ruddy complexion. Though he was far from being eloquent, he talked a good deal, especially when angry. What does that sound like? Y'all make the case for themselves, man. Y'all make the case for themselves, man. But anyways, the point being is here. Let me go back. This is a point I'm trying to make. The Canaanites were digging for tin. It says here. Their chief commerce was the Phoenician merchants, who after discovery of the islands exported every year great quantity tin, which they drove to very gainful trade with distant nations. If you've obviously been paying attention, the Phoenicians basically took over. As you said, I said, man, if you look at them as a nation, man, they're fierce fighters. I don't have a problem with them, man. We know moreover the Druids as well as the Britons as gods had the care and direction of the religious matters. The name Druid came from the word Duri, signifying the British or Celtic language, and oak like Druze. Mistletoes. The white man didn't bring this, guys. It was a so-called black man. The so-called black man and the so-called white woman. Let's keep going. Right? Mining, metals, tin. That's why the Phoenicians were up there. Tin, again, in Britain. Right here. Phoenicians, and in the 5th century, formed an empire of its own, centered on North Africa, which included existing Phoenician settlements. There was already Phoenicians up there. You guys, there's a lot of new tribes out there, right? There's a lot of you Canaanites out there. You got a bunch of different types. Let's see. Go 10. Okay. Let's see. There can be no doubt that the most profitable trade was inherited the Phoenicians in the Western Mediterranean, in which tin, right? Tin. Let's see. What am I looking for? Oh, I think it was this. The Carthaginian, man. They were supreme. These guys were supreme, right? Give me a second. Let me see something. I think it's on this page. Oh.
Hey, you see, this is what I'm saying, family. All right, so I got this Facebook thing, right? And I never did Facebook before. I hated it. But they told me to get on because apparently it was a good way for me to, like, push the word out when I first started getting the channel. And then somebody posted this. It says, if you want to marry a white-skinned woman, make sure she believes ain't no Trinity, ain't no Immaculate Conception, God and Christ is black folk, law still in force, sacrifice, only Christ will return Jews to Israel, and make her prove it to you for 1, 2, or 3 years before any betrothal or marriage. It's all about skin color with these idiots, man. It's all about skin color, man. That's the sad part. I'm sorry, you black folks, you so-called black man, you so-called black woman, you need to really reassess where your mind is at. You have no idea what you're no different than the Christians. The Christians are philosophical and esoteric, and you guys are very carnal and that's all it's about. That's all it's about. Really? If you want to marry a white-skinned woman, wait, so could she be white-skinned and have woolly hair and thick lips and a big nose? Is that the white-skinned woman that you're referring to? Or you referring to the sisters that are our sisters? You see what I'm saying? The ridiculousness of this.
Keep going. Show you another thing. Oh, it's the same one. Sorry, my bad. Watch this real quick. This is the prophecy right here. Isaiah 14. Watch this. All praises to the Most High. Isaiah 14, and it reads, and 7, it reads, the whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Babylon. Well, this is not talking about Esau, man. You know that? It's not. See, these heathens, they're going to flip the scriptures in order to make the white man look bad. That's the whole point behind all this. Let's see. Yea, the fir trees rejoice, right? Where are they? Where are the fir trees? That's it. That's my page. The first account of cities in Tyre, Sidon, and Babylon appear in Egyptian records around 2000 BC. The Phoenicians had developed a mutually beneficial trading relationship with Egyptians. One key to the prosperity of this port was the lay of the cedars of Lebanon, which grew in the mountains above them. Okay? You see that? Let me see.
Let me get to the point. What I'm trying to do is show you that the Phoenicians were traveling all around that coast. Watch this.
Oh, wait, God will forgive me for the shit I did. So I examined myself thoroughly.
Hold on.
I had to prove that I was really a Hebrew.
Sustain, there is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa.
And by the way, when they say it was only one nation, that means that they believe in evolution, that everybody came from the black man, which is white teachings. Or unless it's black teachings and the white man picked it up. But either way, they're both wrong.
He's part right, not regarding scripture, but these guys.
You know, honestly, I don't even want to watch this no more. Let me see. Let me skip it because we've seen this already. So I'm showing that British and Irish places named considered to be potentially Phoenician, Punic origin. Okay. So now when you read Isaiah 14:21, no, Isaiah 14:21. Hold on. Let me see where I'm going.
I don't have a problem saying that. I'm not insecure about what I'm able to do.
No. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see. A lot of this is just me going over the scriptures regarding Judah, Judges 3:5. Here I'm just looking at how look. I'll show you.
Egyptians 5 Hamitic nations, and then just one Moabites.
So verse 69 says, 2 Ezra 8:69, the nation of Israel, the princes, the priests, and Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land, nor the pollution of the Gentiles, to wit, the Canaanites, 1, Hittites, 2, Perizzites, 3, Jebusites, 4. Moabites is another one. Egyptians is another. It's let's see. So Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Egyptians, Moabites, and Edomites are the only different nations. The other ones are basically like 5 of them. Okay. So as you can see, that's something that I don't know why we just keep getting involved. Let me see if I can kind of go through, because I've done some classes where I've gone through this already, and I don't want to. Okay, we saw this already. Oh, here. This is what I want to show you. Ready?
I enjoyed fighting and getting laid. That's the kind of man I was, and drinking. But the Most High always kept me in His walk. He always considered me, and I can't thank Him enough. So, He's allowed me to see things, and for some reason they stick to me, like I never forget. Out of all those classes that I saw, right, there was this class, man. And just, I never forgot it. And he did this, I don't even know when this class was done, to be honest. So he does this a lot. Again, I can't remember. I cut it. You guys can go back to the video, you know what I mean? There's nothing I'm hiding. I'm particularly pointing out some things. And again, this content is just for educational purposes. I don't know why I never forgot this, man. This just was weird to me. Watch what he says.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white. And that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us.
That's not true.
This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains.
Listen to this. This is the point. This is why I'm like, why did he say that? And I never forgot it, man. And as I was doing the class, man, it was weird because I kept touching on this particular scripture and I would see this vision. And I keep seeing this vision. I'm like, and I can't remember it. It's like those thoughts that just come to mind. Oh, God. And every single time I would touch that particular verse, it was like, oh, my God, I couldn't handle it. And then finally, it hit me.
To help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters.
Is he an enemy?
We were we said, these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us.
So when he said that, I'm like, allies? Allies? But again, I'm in the truth. I don't know any better, man. You know what I mean? So I'm just continuing to walk, making sure that I don't sin and trying to help my family, being a better father. And you know what I mean? And just trying to do my best to keep the commandments of God. Again, I came from the gutter, man. I heard a lot of people. I hurt a lot of people. I hurt myself. I hurt a lot of people. I hurt my family, my kids. The man I am today is nowhere near the man I used to be. I did not care who you were, what you looked like, or how big you were. Matter of fact, if you were the biggest, that's who I go after. And in case none of y'all want to know, I don't have nothing to hide. I don't put my face because I just don't roll like that. If I need to show my face, I'll show my face. But y'all are welcome to visit me, man. Oceanside, San Diego, Oceanside, in the east side. People know me. I'm in the middle. People know me in this hood. Y'all are welcome to come. If you don't like what I got to say, we can talk about it. We can debate about it. You show me that I'm lying. Because if we are the same people, then you would have Galatians 6:1. All right? So with that said, let me continue. So anyways, so he says that, right? So it's like, what the man? It's like, dude, that's weird. And then as I'm doing this class, all of a sudden, man, I get like a, I don't know, you know, those like on YouTube, they do like algorithms that kind of give you a flash of a certain movie they suggest, right? And I see, I see Antebellum, man. I need to watch that movie. They are talking to each other. Antebellum is basically.
I'm gonna move it back and forth in case they try to block me. All right.
What I'm saying to you guys right now. That whole you guys need to watch it. I'm not gonna give you the answer, but you brothers that I talk to, y'all hit me up. I'll explain it to you if you guys can't see it. Listen.
You are the feet of the Yanks.
By the way, again, let me just make sure YouTube, please forgive me. I am not using this for any kind of profitable purpose, man. I'm just doing this for edifying purposes.
This is what victory looks like. We got those blue-bellied bastards on their heels, Washington in our sights. But we must never relent. We are descendants of the gods, and we will fight with the same immeasurable courage and vigor. We will sacrifice our blood and fertilize this soil of our home. This is the only hope we have of retaining our heritage, our way of life. This land was always ours. It is our rightful inheritance. And rest assured, our national estate will not be stolen from us by these traitors to America.
See, now when you hear that, you think like he's talking about the protect the politicians, whatever. He's not. He's talking about the black man. See, they were in cahoots with this the whole time, bro. After the Civil War, then you see this manifestation. But that also manifestation has a lot to do with that 70-year prophecy. And I'm going to explain it exactly, what number and everything. So it's weird, right? He says they were allies and they turn against them, never touch your enemy, whatever, right? And now he's saying that you guys are traitors. So that means you guys were, I don't know, in agreement with something. Sounds to me. After proof that you guys were never enslaved, like you said. I mean, listen, man, well, that's why I started the Matrix. I'm like, dude, like when I found this out, it just blew my mind. Ezekiel 28:4, it says, thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches and hast gotten gold and silver and thy treasures. Yes, by confusing all of us, right? Thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thy heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Don't we see that all the time? The Beyoncés, the Jay-Z's, the pyramid. You know that pyramid? They didn't sell themselves to the devil, bro. That's their family crest. You guys are dumb. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God. Did we not see the pictures of the black Jesus, the black gods, the black prophets, the black Virgin Mary, and the black child? Or is that not? Or did we not call her the Queen of Heaven? And you guys are promoting the pictures. All of a sudden, forgetting the Virgin Mary that looks white, but it's okay that she looks black? Make it make sense. Behold, therefore, I will bring strangers upon thee, the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall be defiled in brightness. They shall bring thee down to the pit, and thou shalt die death of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. So let's see if you, so-called Hispanic or Native Indian, that's in there, you Gadites, you Issacharites, you Levites that supposedly you are people. Let's see if the zeal of hate that you have for the so-called white man, if you are our people, will also apply to these other nations which you call brothers.
They don't. They have called me a racist, that I'm teaching hate, and that I hate my family. I'm basically bringing out facts, doing the same thing they've done to the white man. And when they're told that they're teaching hate, they're saying I teach truth, but they're telling me that I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite. So this is the irony, right?
You so-called black man, the time is now to see if you about this truth. If you're just a heathen, man. Which, by the way, this goes for all you that may look like me or not, man. You see, like, all these nations got a piece of Israel, which means that they're obviously gonna freaking look like us, bro. Psalms 83 is not a joke. Let's cut them off from being a nation. Now, I want to say something, man. I don't know this brother, man. I never talked to him, never dealt with him, never studied with him, nothing, man. I nothing. When I came out of the body, man, I was, like I said, I was lost. I didn't know what the hell was going on. One thing I know about this brother, man, this brother stood his ground, and he was always saying that the so-called black man was a Tyree, the Canaanites, right? This brother named Brother Vega, bro, the native warrior, I believe, right? Well, guess what, man? All praises to you, brother. All praises to you, my brother, because you stood your ground, bro. You stood your ground, even though you didn't have people behind you to help you. You stayed there, bro. And you had these damn Canaanites calling you left and right, a bunch of heathenish ass.
In case you guys don't know, his name is Jose Vega, the native warrior. And I've never like met him. I recently just did like a day or two ago a chat. I never met him before, but I did see him in some cases where he was out there battling some of these Fopi dudes and all these other clans claiming to be, man. So I give that brother a lot of praises because he's sticking his ground, and to this very day he still believes in that. So in a way, it was good to see that there are brethren out there that did believe in what I was seeing. That I'm like, bro, I don't know, man. Am I the only one seeing this? Next, I see him. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm not the only one. And that was very encouraging. So all praises to the Father for allowing me to see that. And all praises to you, brother. All praises that I'm actually getting a chance to meet you, man. Lord willing, we can build on that. All right. You guys may want to check him out, man. If I don't know who he is, you probably do, by the way, because I got a small channel. He's got more people on him.
Names and shit. You stayed your ground, man. And I have love for you for that. I don't know you, bro. Maybe one day we'll talk, bro. But I appreciate you, man. Because again, we don't get along we don't see eye to eye in some of the stuff you talk about. But damn, man, you was right, bro. And all praises to the Most High that this is being revealed through, the Spirit too, right? We're all part of this member. We all have an office. Let me read this real quick. I want to make sure that this message gets across. So again, I'm going to use this particular song, man, and I want you guys to.
Actually, no song today, family. I'm going to use something different, okay? I think today is one of those days where I need to show this video, and it just makes perfect sense. So I'm gonna leave y'all with this video, okay? And they're not talking, they're not doing anything, and it's about our native brothers and sisters, our family. So a lot of us have brothers and sisters that are like, for example, me. I'm teaching a lot about like Mexico, and I'm getting more into Central and South America. I'm gonna start doing it now, okay? But I also want to make sure that these stories are being told, the stories of the negative side, and also the stories that are being told about our gente. Because when I look at our native brothers here in North America or in Canada, bro, they look just like us, man. And I can't wrap my mind around them not being my gente, bro. I cannot, and my pain goes out to them. So this goes out to you, family. Lord willing, y'all are watching this channel, man. We need to come together, bro. We're the same people. All right, you so-called Hispanics, you Native Indians, you of the indigenous of the Americas, you brothers in the Caribbeans. If this resonates with you, I'm talking to you. I ain't talking to color. I'm talking to your spirit. All right. Love you, family. Shalom, man. Hopefully you guys like this. And let's pray for the families too, who probably are still suffering for this. All right. You guys take care.
My first impression, I thought my mother didn't want me. And it just hit me hard like that. But when I got in the bus and I sat down, I looked and she was just crying. It was hurting her too. It was hurting me to see that. I'll never forget. All the mothers were crying.
It wasn't really about education. We didn't really learn English, basic English or math.
And I remember coming home, and my grandma asked me to talk Indian to me, and I told her, Grandma, I don't understand you. She says, then who are you? I went, my name's Billy. She said, your name's not Billy. She said, your name is Tata. That's who you are. That's your name. And I went, not what they told me.
December day. Relocation, extermination.
And everyone was wondering what nationality, what race am I? And I tell them like, oh wow, you're Indian. You're like the only guy I know that's native. But here at Sherman, they know how I feel about being native, and they understand where we're all coming from.